Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Back-to-back weeks. 5-star CE tier lists. Last week we did the welfare ones. This week we have the gacha ones. And if you thought the last week one was long, boy, this will be even longer because there are a grand total of 132 if I did my math correct. Now, very first of all, again, if you really enjoy these, just easiest thing to support me, press the thumbs up button, especially if you're obviously watching this later on YouTube. It's literally free and it gives me so much motivation and also helps the channel out. Like, take 1 second to just click the like button if anything. And subscribe for more if you want to see more of this content as a bonus, I guess, because there will be more in the future. Now, to keep the intro as brief as possible, I'm just going to say all the stuff I wanted to say and then we're going to start. So again, let's just move on to some disclaimers. Again, this is completely opinion-based, pretty much. You might argue there are some objective stuff you can say, but in any case, ultimately, it's an opinion of mine, so don't take it too seriously. If anything, it's just for guidelines. Everyone's lists will look different. That's just, it is what it is. Now, and in case it wasn't obvious, this is also a gameplay-based tier list. We might do one of the art ones for CEs in the future again, but this is purely based on gameplay and the effects of the CEs and nothing to do with art or anything else. Now, again, this is for the gacha-based 5-star CEs. We have both the permanent ones and the event limited ones. And this has everything up to GUDAGUDA 7 as of recording this. To give you a reference, this is recorded on the last day of September 30th, 2022. So there you go. Excuse the dog on the background as well. Now, I did think about this, the one criteria. I think I will still assume MLB basically for the CEs, even if you might argue about that. But if some of these are usable on non-MLB as well, I will probably give them a bit of bonus points as well. Because some of these, actually many of these, will be usable even on non-MLB. So I think that's what I'm gonna do here, basically, with regards to MLBs. Now, another criteria is that there will be comparison between similar CEs. And in this time, like last week, I didn't compare the welfare ones to gacha ones, but I feel like the other way around, it kind of makes sense to be fair. So I might even do some comparison from the top of my head to some of the free ones from last week. Obviously, they're not in this list, but I remember a lot of the good ones anyway, so that actually might be a thing too. Placement order, as you can see, is from the oldest to the newest. Although I believe it's first permanents and then event ones. So it's a bit of a mixed little thing, which is fine by me. At the end of this, we might do some shifting of the placement. So again, I mean, honestly, even during the list, once we get better comparisons going. So if you see something, you know, placed in a spot where you heavily disagree, before you leave an angry comment about opinions, which, you know, honestly, why even bother? Better check the end just in case, because it might end up being in a different spot at the end. So just check that at least, I suppose. And at the end, I might also talk about which CEs I would recommend to level like to 50 or around 50 or level 100 even, which of course there's a lot of them in this one as well. So you might just do that as well, like last week. And if you're watching this on YouTube later, this will be very raw, just, you know, I'm just going to push this out there. I'm not really going to edit what I assume is going to be like a 4-hour sesh or so. But I will include timestamps, so again, it's a lot of bonus work as well, writing all those timestamps. So yeah, but for you guys, again, I wanna please you guys as much as I can. So I will actually write those timestamps again. So there you go for the disclaimers and criteria, etc. Now, I would recommend, if be it you're watching this live on the stream right now or on YouTube, grab a drink if you're planning on watching this, because this is gonna take a while. So cheers, happy Friday. Unless you're watching this on YouTube, this is probably out on Saturday. Happy weekend in that case then. All right, in fact, I should have done this already, but I'm gonna crack open a new one because I don't want to, you know, start without some good hydration. Okay. So let us begin. We have 132 CEs to go through, which is still quite a bit much more than the welfare list. So here we go. Again, permanents first in the order of release. first off, we got the good old formal craft. And also, one funny thing is going to be that, remember the welfare list? Most of the starting CE, like the first CEs, were like placed really low on the tier list because they were very outdated at this point. But fun fact, a lot of the gacha permanents are still very good to this day. So it's going to be quite a contrast in that sense. Starting with one of those good examples. Formal Craft, it is the vanilla art CE. Obviously has the highest amount of arts up you can have in a CE because it's a 5-star CE and that's the only effect it has. So 30% on that MLB, and obviously it's full attack on the stat line too, so what's there not to like? Now, yeah, Jord, I actually agree. Of the vanilla card ones, this one might be the weakest, basically because of options. There's a lot of amazing art CEs out there, both free and gacha ones. So obviously the CE is still very good, but of the three we're gonna see, this one might have the least of the value. But regardless, it is still a very, very good CE. There's really nothing wrong about it. I still probably want to place it into A+, more or less. Because, again, it's just a great CE. Even if it might not be, like, the best option in most cases. Well, not even most cases, in many cases. Sometimes it is actually very amazing, but yeah, you can't really go wrong with Formal Craft, honestly. You might even argue A because of what I just said based on the options, but I can't really... I want to put it in A+ regardless. And also, this is one of those examples where non-MLB is still very effective. It's not a huge difference. Non-MLB is still completely fine. Very cool. Yeah, we are factoring MLB for this. I'll just give a bit of bonus points, if anything. Nothing too big, if they're very usable on non-MLB as well. We'll see. Again, based on competition, it could just come down. We don't know yet. This is mostly me winging this, by the way. I didn't really do any prep, so this is very raw in that sense too. So next up, we got, obviously, the next two of the card types, and the next one is Imaginary Around. Now, arguably the best one of the three, because again, Quick tends to have the worst options for CEs. I even myself have this on level 100 on my NA account as well. It's a very, very amazing CE. Basically, it's the same CE, but for Quick instead of arts. That's exactly what it is. So, yeah, just an amazing CE. If you have a servant who has really strong Quicks, Jack, Okita, for instance, MHX, a lot of assassins in general, but even some that are not assassins, it's just like, just so much value. It's crazy. For all the damage, the gains, it's just, oof, so good. This one probably will be an EX, honestly. Honestly, yeah. This one might be the only of the three that might makes it into EX, honestly. Just because, again, Quick has the least best options right now out of all the CE, like the card types. So we might just immediately start with an EX tier CE. And again, a disclaimer, this list will probably have more EX tier CEs than the free one anyway. So just be prepared for that, I guess. There you go. Great CE. Now, we got the last of the three, which is LZO. Oh, and I clicked on Imaginary Around because I'm kind of dumb. In fact, no, I didn't actually click on the wrong one. You seem to have linked the same thing on both of them, Jord. But you know what? Okay. Also, shout out to Jord for, you know, being helpful and doing this stuff anyway, even if this was a little oopsie. So I actually clicked the right thing. Anyway, hopefully not too much of this, but it's okay. It already helps that you did, you know, these to begin with. Makes my life a bit easier. And shout out to him for making this template too, by the way. So Mans is being very helpful. Needless to say. So we like Jord anyway. Now, yeah, this is the Buster version. So 30% Buster up on MLB, 25% base, full attack. It's obviously very good too. I would say this is in the middle. But because of... I don't probably want... I could maybe make like an A++ or something, but... I feel like I'm gonna just maybe chuck it into A+. Maybe it could be on EX, honestly. It's definitely one of these two, but I feel like, because Buster actually does have a lot of good options, especially free ones, I almost want to put it into A+, because of that. Because it's hardly ever, like, the best option either, honestly. much like formal craft. It's always going to be a great option for your guerrilla servants. Is never not going to be great for them. So yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. And yeah, that's actually true, Jord. Unlike these other two, this is just for damage. In very little cases, you know, obviously you can generate like MP with your buster and whatnot, but it's mostly just for damage, while these are much more significant for your gains as well. So it's a solid Unga Boonga CE is what it is. Yeah, I guess this is the next one then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is time, huh? The CE that is still one of the most desired CEs in the... Probably top 3 most desired CEs in the game, including every rarity, free, gacha, you name it. Even 7 years later of the game being released, still absolutely one of the most desired CEs in the game. And also, it was like that already, but... Now, just over a year ago, it got a massive value surge as well, with the addition of buster farming. There, it really, like, just got pushed over the edge to just something that is just insane. Absolutely nuts. So if you, for some reason, don't know what a Kaleidoscope is, you get full attack, a minimum 80% start, but obviously you do want the MLB to just flat out start with a full gauge. Now, some people are saying that you don't necessarily need the MLB anymore because of appends now existing. In case you didn't know, if you max the second append of a servant, you start with 20% MP gauge. Now, I would say, yes, that helps, but you would have to do that on many servants, chances are. And even maxing one of them, it's quite a bit of work, and you might not even be able to if you don't even have the coins to begin with. And you're also going to miss out in the MLB having 2k attack if you level it to 100. I think non-MLB is, what is that, like 500 or so? I forgot what it said level 20, but it's certainly not 2k. So yeah, it's still quite a bit of a difference to damage boost. Okay, it was just over 700, there you go. Yeah, but I mean, come on. Kaleidoscope. I mean, if I were ever to make an EX plus tier, this would be one of those. I thought about it last week, honestly, and I thought about it if I were to make that tier this time as well. I feel like I should make it. It is literally account defining, honestly. If you have the MLB, your account is just so much better. Like, that, it's as simple as that. Not just for, I mean, it's mostly used for farming, but it's also good for setups and whatnot, so kinda redonkulous, if you ask me. So I will slide it there, honestly. There won't be many of these, by the way. There will only be a very handful amount of these, if anything, at most. But it's so just broken, so... Yeah, Kaleidoscope. There is not much for me. I already talked more than enough about Kaleidoscope, if anything. Everyone knows how sick it is. Now, next one is kind of a tragic one, related to another kind of broken CE. So, like, it's kind of tragic because of the other options. Like, it's still full attack, Heaven's Feel that is, and on MLB you get 50% MP damage. It's still a lot of stats, right? Obviously. But here's the thing, especially nowadays, because JP got even more variants of this CE, not just the really amazing one. Just because of those options existing, it just falls flat in comparison. If the other options did not exist, this would be EX. Absolutely. It would still be easily the highest MP damage. But because we have the other ones that just do the same job, but better, it is what it is. Kind of tragic when you think about it, right? Obviously, still not a bad CE by any means. Still very good. And I'm definitely not going to place it in the Y tier. That's way too brutal. Because this, I mean, obviously you don't always have the other options either. But I really don't know what to do with Heaven's Feel. It's A at most, I feel like. I'm thinking maybe A or B plus or something like that. Maybe still A, because again, it's still good. I shouldn't make the comparison that brutal. Like, it's still a great CE. But if you have the better options, you're just probably not really going to use it. So... yeah, great CE, just, you know, competition way too brutal. So I'm just gonna leave it here. Might be one of those days where the dog is just barking the entire freaking stream and I'm just hating life right now. Okay, whatever it is. I can't do anything about it. Hopefully he's not too loud. I assume, honestly, he's probably much louder for me than it is for you guys. Thank God for microphone technology. Now, again, man, some of these permanents are just kinda busted because they have the best versions of the vanilla effects, basically, and this is the best version of the MP per turn effect on a CE. Obviously, I am talking about Prisma Cosmos. Also, Hichi, don't even joke about that, man. I almost want to ban you because you said that, dude. Don't even joke about that, okay? That is not okay, man. Okay, yeah, best version of this CE is Prisma Cosmos for the MP per turn effect. Split stats, for once, actually not being that big of a deal. Of all the CEs in the game that have split stats, this one is probably one of the best ones, because it really doesn't matter too much in this case. So you get 10% MP per turn on MLB and 8% without the MLB. Even without the MLB, it's still good, but obviously... No, not you, Keisha, that was Hichi, basically his resub message just now. Okay, I don't want to comment too much about this because of, you know, whatever. But yeah, please don't joke about me and doing horrible things to my dog, even if I'm annoyed about, you know, him barking. I would never do. I love that boy to death, dude. Please never, never, never joke about ever harming my pets, okay? I will ban you the next time you do it, even if you're a sub. I don't care. So please, never do that again. That's your only warning, Hichi. Alright, moving on. So yeah, let's just move on. Yeah, I love the CE. What could I say? I even leveled this to 100. Now, the cool thing about Prisma Cosmos is now it's mostly used on supports, but you can absolutely use this on DPS as well. For DPS to have like really good MPs but terrible gains, for someone like Abigail, for instance, her MP is very good because it removes buffs before damage as well, but if you've ever used her, you know how bad her MP gain is, right? It's horrible. As she show as well, as an example, yeah, her MP gain is terrible too, but her MP hits like a truck, so yeah, absolutely, very, very good. So this is not only super versatile, but it's also the best of the effect, and the effect itself obviously is amazing. So it's one of these easy EXs yet again, huh? Yeah, okay. Love the CE. It's amazing. We will see it in some variants later as well, especially one of the newer ones, which is an interesting one, but I still love the base version, honestly, probably the most in general, just because it's so, you know, easy to use, basically. One of those most desired permanents as well, honestly. Now, oh boy. Yeah, this the biggest reason why Heaven's Feel is not EX. There are other ones as well later, but this is the biggest reason. Black Grail. So yeah, it's the best MP damage CE in the game. Just flat out. Does come with the demerit of losing 500 HP per turn, but if you've ever used this, especially for farming, it makes no difference whatsoever. And even if you're using it against bosses, which you can, and I have done that so many times as well, you still don't really feel that demerit too much, honestly. It's not a bad demerit by any means. So if you get 500 HP minus per turn for 30% more MP damage, and because this is one of the busted CEs, because again, this is weird year 1 game design, for some reason they wanted to make some CEs have higher stat cap than normal. They changed that pretty fast, by the way. Although one of the modern CEs actually has this effect too, probably because it's similar to this, which we'll see not too long from now, because it's before the event once. Yeah, this goes up to 2400 attack, instead of the normal 2k on full attack, 5-star CEs. It's insanely rare. There's only a handful of these CEs, less than 10 I believe, in the game, that allow you to go to 2400 attack instead of 2k. According to George, it's apparently 5. Okay, sounds about correct, yeah. Kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. That extra 400 definitely helps. Now, this CE, again, but used a lot in both farming and CQs, especially farming. It is much like Black Grail. They are the two farm-defining CEs in the game that see the most use if you have them. They're just easily the most used ones. It's a ridiculous CE. And also, Value Surge, you could already use this. This didn't get necessarily the same Value Surge as K-Scope did with the Buster farming, because you don't really use this for most Buster farmers. But you could use this before Buster farming happened on your arts loopers, a lot of them. But it also did get a small Value Surge with the addition of Buster stuff because of Oberon, obviously. Because, yes, his third skill works with this. In case you didn't know, his third skill is an MP damage amplifier. It increases your MP damage by 1% higher of all the effects you have, which includes CEs as well. So it does work with this 80%, so it becomes quite a bit significant at that point. So yeah, even more value for already a ridiculous CE when you think about it. Just kind of bonkers. So this is one of these two are the easy EX pluses in my opinion. Not sure if I would put anything else there, we shall see later. But these two are the account defining CEs in my opinion. They're just ridiculous. If you have them MLB, you're gonna be using them like all the time, everywhere. So yeah, it's just that good. These two are definitely one of the most desired CEs ever for people to get spooked by, for a good reason. Now, moving on, we got more great stuff. Now, this was the batch where they started releasing a lot of these. It was around this time span, so we'll be seeing most of the abnormal stats here. And this is the next one, Victor of the Moon. Again, goes up to 2400 attack. Because fun. And then it's a Buster and crit damage CE, 15% Buster on MLB and 25% crit damage on MLB. And this one in particular is really good because Buster also as a card type has the best potential for crits more often than not, especially with the addition of the new supports. So yes, indeed, this is an amazing CE. It's just flat out an amazing Buster crit DPS CE, which again, not a niche thing at all. If you're going to have a Buster DPS, chances are they have some crit synergy in their crit, especially if they're among the busted ones. So, yeah. What could I say? Love this CE as well. It's kind of crazy. We're seeing all these really good ones at the start. Obviously, there's going to be many, many really good ones later as well. But, yeah. Another EX tier CE. This is flat out. It's like if you need Buster crits, look no further. There it is. If you want the free option, it would probably be like Joint Recital, basically. Same effects, but just worse numbers. But, yeah. Best card type for crits, and the best Buster crit CE in the game. So, there you go. Amazing. And that bonus stats going, like, the stats going over the cap as well helps, I suppose. Ooh, okay, then we got another ending, the arts version of the same CE. Same values as well, both attack and the card type increase and the crit damage increase. But in this case, it's not quite as amazing in my opinion, even if you might think so, which, you know, again, fair, this is all opinions. Arts just doesn't have the same crit potential more often than not than Buster has. Even Quick has better crit potential than Arts does, which honestly makes it even more sad that there is no Quick version of the CE. That's really sad. They should have made the third one. I don't understand why they didn't. There should be a Quick version of this CE. It would be so nice to have, especially because Quick is lacking on options compared to Arts and Buster anyway. Just don't really understand. Yeah, but MP gains. Yeah, but honestly, I don't think that argument is true. Because if you're looking for MP gains, you would not pick this CE to begin with. There's so many better options for Arts CEs for like MP gains, which makes more sense for Arts anyway than like crit focus CE. So I don't think it's a big argument to be made here. You would just look for another CE for your gains than this one. It's nice to have as a bonus, obviously, but still, it's far from the crit potential that Buster has, honestly. Even worse than Quick, quite a bit. So yeah, Arts is the weakest when it comes to crit. Still a great card type, obviously, especially for bosses. But in terms of crit, definitely the weakest. But regardless, I would easily still place this at A+, I think. Mostly because of the high stat cap as well. It's still an amazing CE, but just not as used as like Victor of the Moon, honestly. So still a great CE regardless. If you have need for your arts crits, then again, top tier option, for sure. Moving on then, keep the train going. Next up we have, big. Again, all these permanents, man, these are kind of nuts. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Fragment of 2030. Probably my favorite CE in the entire game. I love this CE. It's just so nice. First of all, stat line, full HP, which is great for once. Actually, in my opinion, perfect stats, because this is a support CE to begin with. Non-MLB, 8 stars per turn, and then MLB, 10 stars per turn. Just from this CE alone. That doesn't even factor in the stars you get from your face cards or, you know, skills and MPs, etc. So this will make you crit so much more consistently. Even just running a one non-MLB copy in your front line for 8 stars per turn, even that will have a more, like, a big significant boost to your crits actually landing. You'd be surprised. And hell, you can absolutely run multiple of these in your front line. You can run double support with double 2030. Definitely not unheard of. That's a legit strat. So yeah, I just absolutely love this CE. I run this CE on 95% of my challenge quest comps. It's either this or Prisma Cosmos, basically, on my supports usually. With some exceptions here and there. But these are the two ones I run the most on my supports for gameplay stuff. Yeah, just an amazing CE. Another EX. Definitely. There you go. Both Prisma Cosmos 2030, just top of the line. It does, yeah, you're right, Jordy. It does have a bit more competition than Prisma, but there's no way I'm never going to place this under EX. For raw stars, it's still number 1. And I love the stat line as well. Some of the competition doesn't even have the amazing support stat line, which is full HP. You get up to 3k HP, no joke. I actually have a level 100 copy myself. That really adds to survivability. Then, okay, now we're gonna take a bit of a backdrop here, but it's an interesting one at least. Even if it's not like a very used CE. We got 500 years dedication. So this is still, it's kind of annoying that this got one of the abnormal stat lines. This one also goes up to 2400 attack. I don't know a single person that has a level 100 copy of this, so that's a fucking waste and a half. You hate, imagine all the other amazing DPSCs that could have that, but it went to this, because this was released around the time when they were doing this stuff. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Definitely a waste on this CE. Now, for the effects, it's one of those that does something when you die, and that's it. It does nothing else. But when the wielder does die, it seals the killer's MP for 2 turns. Not 1, but actually 2. And gives them a 10-turn curse for 2k damage per turn. Now, this is actually not a useless CE. For a lot of setups and solos, this will have good use. Like a 2-turn MP seal alone is no joke. That prevents 2 natural ticks from the enemy. That's good for delay, honestly. And yeah, even some gong shenanigans you can do. And hell, you can maybe even have some Van Gogh synergy with this. Potentially. Maybe not the best option, but you know, it adds to usability, I suppose. So, you know, it has uses. Definitely. Even if it's not like an amazing CE. And it's very, very unique in the effects. No other CE does, I think, either of these effects. So both the MP seal on death and the curse on death, I believe, are fully unique to this CE. So that at least gives it some points, even if they're not, you know, the most desired things out there. I think this is still, I almost want to put into B+ or A, honestly. It could maybe even be A, because again, no other CE has those effects. But even if they're not the best ones, this does still see use. It absolutely still sees use. This one won't even have comparison later, so wherever I'm gonna put it now is probably gonna stick until the end anyway. Maybe we'll just agree with B+. It's an alright CE. I'm just sad that it got the full, like the super high attack stat line when it could have been given to another CE that's, you know, makes a lot more sense. But oh well. The one good thing is that it's actually good that it's full attack, because you want the wielder to die anyway. So it's good there's no HP, even if the higher attack is not needed at all. So, there you go. If your gong kills the wielder of your gong, gets MP sealed and curse. Oh, yeah, okay, that's bad. Okay. That's actually funny that they actually coded like that. That's funny. Yeah, you don't want that. Okay. Now, moving on to some more interesting cases. Another very unique case, I would say. We got Vessel of the Saint. This is a cool CE. It splits stats, which I don't really hate, because this is a CE you can use both on supports and DPS, and even on tanks, honestly. It's a very interesting CE. Because with this CE, you get a 3-time debuff immune. Last week, we saw the only CE in the free ones which had a 1-time debuff immune. This one has a 3-time debuff immune, which is very interesting. And then you also get a bonus 20% MP generation, which is not a small number by any means, honestly. It's still very nice. Dude, the dog is just gonna go full stream. Again, you know what? For once, I'm gonna just put on both earbuds. I can't hear myself that well anymore, but I'd rather be listening to the music on the background than the dog, because I am literally losing my freaking mind, dude. He's gonna be barking for the next 3-4 hours. I don't know how he does it. He's crazy. There's no way he should have that stamina. He's an old boy, but he does. And it is what it is. But again, I'm just praying it's not very loud for you guys, because it's fucking loud for me. Excuse my French. Anyway, do like the CE a lot though. It's great. Although I don't still use it very much. If there are situations where you do, like you expect to get really nasty debuffs on you, like let's say you're going into CQ and the start of the wave, they do like a 3-time buff block or something, which is pretty brutal. Unless you can cleanse it with a skill or something, but you know. With this, you don't get that. It just takes one of the debuff immune stacks and just, you know, deals with that. Yeah, like the Demeter, for instance, is a good example, I suppose. An easy way to deal with that. Not the only way, but an easy way, I suppose. It's one of those Cs that's kind of weird. Like, it's good, but it just still doesn't... It's very niche, is what it is. Good, but niche. It doesn't see that much use at all. I want to say another B+, maybe, honestly. It is the best when it comes to debuff immune CEs, though. But still, it's not very common to be used anyway. So, Even some farming, yeah, it's not bad, because, you know, we have stun self-demerits. But to be honest, those servants can't really run this CE to farm anyway. Because you probably need to start engage, so... Yeah, Maybe I'll even put it to B, honestly. Because even the Zolkin C, I think, sees more use. So honestly, yeah. Obviously, you shouldn't compare them in the first place, because they're very different. But yeah, it's good, but it's just a bit too niche, if anything. The next C I actually really like. Most people never use this. I don't use it a ton either, but I really like it. This is basically the CE to run on your backline if you're confident in your frontline. This is the CE. We have Ideal Holy King. The stat line is mixed stats, like split. But honestly, in this case, the stat line doesn't really matter at all. So what this does, another super unique effect, when you have this equipped on someone, your whole party, including backline, gets more max HP, a base 1k on non-MLB and 1.2k on MLB. Now, even if your servant who has this on the backline, your frontline who's active on the field still has that effect. So it's a very interesting little thing. It's a super unique effect. Is the buff removable? No, because it's not even a buff to begin with. It's listed as a max HP buff effect in the effect icon, but this is actually not a buff. It's basically adding this to your base HP, is what it is. Your servants do not actually have buffs from this, so it's basically just adding to their permanent HP bar. Base HP, if you will. So yeah, if you're really confident in your front line, your first 3 units, which is very possible, you can just run 3 of these in your background. It makes them even better. You can get up to 3600 HP if you run 3 on the backline. That's no joke in a lot of cases, especially have tanky stuff and or healing. you can absolutely use it. Is it active if your units are dead? It is, yes, it is. It's active for the full thing. Yeah, like if unkillable comp, for instance, where you're definitely confident. You might take a few hits here and there, so this just makes it more likely that those hits won't be fatal. It's a niche case, again, but much more usable than the John one, in my opinion, the Vessel of the Saint. I think I would put this in B+, honestly. Maybe even A, because it's kind of unique, but I kind of want to put it B+, honestly. It's still not that used, honestly, because a lot of the times you kind of want to use your backline anyway. This kind of implies that you don't want to use your backline, which is, you know, maybe not amazing. Because if your backline does come into play, they're going to have a really bad CE on them for gameplay. So it does limit the usage, obviously. You would prefer to have than to have something else. I'm just going to keep it in B+. I see chat saying everywhere between B and A, but personally, I think I'm going to just leave it on B+. Call that biased if you will, because I do like this CE. I've used it a lot, have some great like results with it, but there you go. Fun fact, this was also used in the Jinako Chonky video, where I got her base HP to be like over 30k. Kind of nuts. Yeah, okay. Then we got interesting cases. The next 3, I believe, were all released in the same event. Now you might be saying, what? These are permanents. Yeah, they are. But these were released with the Fate Zero event. Again, year 1 game design. It's fucking wacky, dude. They have never done this before, as besides this, I think. So these were released with the event, but made permanent immediately. So all 3 of these next 5-star CEs were done like this. Kinda weird. Anyway, we're just gonna start with Volumen. Pretty sure most people know what this CE is. First of all, full HP on the stat line. Which is honestly not the worst thing ever, even though the CE implies you would want to use it for offense anyway. But not really. Obviously, the main important thing is that you get invul for 3 attacks, both non-MLB and MLB. And because you're probably going to be running this mostly on DPS anyway, sadly, even despite the HP, the MLB is irrelevant, and you don't really care for the stat line either, right? Because it's HP. Because, again, you probably want to use this on supports, or DPS more than supports. You can use this on supports, though, and you can also definitely use this on tanks, too. So there are a lot of use cases. If you're going to be running on DPS, chances are your DPS is a Berserker. Besides that, I don't think I've ever used Volumen on a class that is not a Berserker for DPSing. Now, obviously, like, when I was new, I thought this was amazing. Boy, was I wrong, this effect. This sucks. It's garbage. It is literally it does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. The only time it ever did something was that summer challenge quest with those crabs, where they had like a 99% damage resistance, and you could only do damage with them with dots and flat damage like this, which is always the exact number. Like, imagine fighting the 3 million HP Cerberus fight that I made a video on. Every attack of yours will do an extra 500 damage. Wow, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. It will never make a difference. Never ever will this make a difference. So it's an awkward CE. Over time, I've lost more and more interested in this CE when I realized it's not actually that good. Because the stat line, honestly, awkward. If anything, this is better on tanks, is what it is. And only for Berserker DPS if you're really struggling to keep them alive, I guess. But even then, this is not good for long fights because it's only a 3-hit invul and then it's just completely gone and you have a useless secondary effect. With full HP, that doesn't help your DPS either, so... Yeah, it's an awkward CE, I think, even if it has definitely uses. If anything, I still think it might be best for tanks, honestly. Even if we're going to see a different one later, which is honestly better for tanks effects-wise, sadly not for stats. I almost want to put Volumen in like B, honestly. I don't know, maybe that's too harsh. I do like the 3-hit invul, but honestly, there's going to be other one of those later anyway. Although, wait, are the other ones 2 hits? Maybe they're 2-hitters. I don't remember, honestly. I think the other ones might be 2-hitters. In that case, it gets a bit definitely more value, though. Also, this song is loud as hell. Holy shit, I have to actually lower it once myself. Okay. Ignore that, YouTube watchers. Yeah, I think I'm maybe a B plus barely, just because it's still a 3-hit invoke, because the other ones might be 2 hitters in the future of the ones we're gonna see, but yeah, okay. There you go. The other one is 3 turns of A to swap the yeah, but I mean dude, George, you gotta realize there's I'm talking other ones that I think have 2-hitter invuls. In this list, we will see more than this and Sunlight, if that's what you're talking as the only, like, you know, other option. And in my opinion, Sunlight is better than this anyway, because it has an easier use. So we'll see that very soon, actually. I'll just leave it at B+ for that. We might shift that a bit later, but, yeah, we'll see. Oh man, the next CE. Man, oh man. The next CE... I hate the CE. I hate the CE. It's not the worst CE in the game, but I hate the CE. First of all, full attack, that's at least nice. Then you get a rainbow buff for 10%, but then for some reason you have 10% defense, which I just don't understand. I do not understand. Obviously, defense up is nice, but if you're gonna run a DPS CE, you're gonna run a DPS CE, not like half DPS, half tank. It's kind of weird. It's probably there because of the 4-star kit I see having defense up as well. Pretty sure that's why it is. But it's still, the C just doesn't make any sense to me. Not to mention, again, I don't like rainbow effects on CEs. Sure, a rainbow effect is still nice, but you gotta realize, if this was just one of these, the number would be so much higher, and for 99% of the servants, you'd prefer like 1 or at most 2 different card type buffs. For most of them, you just want the one that they have the most focus on. Because, like, if you're gonna run this on someone like that has like 1 quick with 1 hit on them, is so much less value. Now, it did get a little bit more value recently because Mighty Chains, right? Where you obviously have to use, you know, 3 different type cards. So rainbow effects have actually gained a value surge a little bit because of Mighty Chains. But I don't know, man. It's just... I don't know. You're not wrong, Jordan, honestly, that it's less effective damage than Sumo, but with some defense up as well, but I just don't think it's that great of a CE, honestly. And honestly, Sumo, it's not even comparable like that because of Sumo having full attack, which also scales from your servant's base stats, which the CE also itself boosts by having 2k attack. So I don't think it's that black and white, Jordan, honestly. I don't like the CE. It did get a little bit better because of Mighty Chains, but I don't know. That doesn't work like that. The effect does, though. The effect gets better when you Jord. It does. This 2k HP doesn't get better from this. The 15% attack from Sumo does get better from this. So how does it not work like that? What do you mean? The effect is effectively better than 15% because of the 2k stats. This doesn't improve your quick buster and art sub, you know? So it literally works like that, okay? I'm not having this combo, okay. Maybe it's not as bad as I give it credit for, but I don't know. Am I crazy enough to put it into like B+ or even A, honestly? But it's like... maybe I can slide into B+. But most of the time you probably want a bit more focused CE anyway. Yeah. If someone disagrees, then feel free to, but I was never that big of a fan of this CE, honestly. I don't understand what you're saying, Jordan. I'm not gonna have another argument in the middle of this. How do you not understand what I'm saying, dude? Like, sure, this scales from attack as well, obviously, right? But because the other one is an attack up, right? Doesn't it just scale better than that? Unless I'm wrong, then obviously, you know what? Okay. But I feel like it's still better. The attack bonus from the CE is better when it's an attack up anyway, right? You think it's not? Okay. Well, maybe you're right then. Honestly, maybe you're right. But I'm not going to be stun locked to this CE because I hate this CE to begin with, okay? Surely more people would use this if it was actually amazing, though, right? I've never seen anyone use this. No joke. Never have I ever seen anyone use this. So why does no one use this if you think this CE is amazing? I just don't understand. I've never seen anyone use the CE. Literally. It's still probably fine though, but eh. Also, why didn't you comment about the other rainbow CEs being amazing then, you know? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. But that was before Awake. I'm just gonna leave it in B+ for now. We'll maybe shift when we see other rainbows later in this list, but I'm just gonna leave it there for now. Yeah, there was that one guy that uses it on the Shiki Saber, and I know why that is. It's because of the passive having a rainbow effect. It doesn't really make sense, but it's a cute combo, I guess. Yeah, okay. Alright, then the third and final Fate Zero CE, and this is the best one by far. This one actually makes a lot of sense. This is a very good niche CE. Another full attack CE, great. Ignore Invul, great utility. And then up to 40% caster class damage. So this is, in most cases, the best CE for your Rider DPSs in the best case scenarios. That's what it is. You can also use this on alter egos, obviously. Best case scenario being on Riders, but obviously alter egos gain a lot from this as well, depending on what you're fighting. So that's great. And again, yes, very usable on non-MLB as well. It's not a big difference between non-MLB and MLB. If anything, the big difference is being able to get that 2k attack from leveling it to 100, so yeah. It's just an amazing niche CE. I don't see a reason to not put it anywhere besides EX. It is very common to fight casters anyway. It's just that good. And the Invul Pierce is just very nice utility on top. It is the anti-caster CE. And it's a common class, so I think it's an easy EX. Alright, next one is... This was released with Babylonia, I think. The CE that most people call Kiara CE, myself included, instead of like demonic Bodhisattva. Kiara CE is easier to say, honestly. So, we got split stats, a 50% starting gauge on non-MLB, the first of the kind we see in this list, and a two-step one-time overcharge boost. It's a cool CE for sure, because again, it's very usable on non-MLB as well because of the 50% there. Split stats a bit awkward, because it's not really committing to being either a really good support CE or a really good... Did I just close my monitor? What the hell did I just do? Okay, okay, give me a second here. I literally somehow disconnected my... Okay, it's back. I thought I was gonna have to go to my cables. I don't know what the hell just happened. My second screen just went black. But now it's back. Okay, that was weird. Interesting. It does make it more flexible, but that also means it's never going to be like the best option. But I actually do use this sometimes. I think much like Golden Carp with the starting gauge and the Star Bomb, this is mostly good on the backliners. I wouldn't really run this too much on frontliners. You can, absolutely, if you need a fast start. But I feel like this has more value when a servant is coming in from the backline. For someone like Hans, it's actually great. He gets an instant MP, and his MP has one of the best overcharge scaling in the game. So that's great. And for other servants, like obviously you can use it on backline Castoria as well. Obviously overcharge is insanely broken on her. You'll see what I mean later as well with another CE. But so yeah, this does have a lot of uses. Even if it's necessarily never the best option, although sometimes arguably it is, kinda. Because there's not, from what I remember, there's not that many overcharge CEs with starting gauge, right? There's a lot of overcharge CEs, but I think most of them don't have starting gauge. Is this actually the only one? Yeah, then yeah, even more so, honestly. So it's definitely unique in that sense. And because of the non-MLB also making it perfectly usable already on 50%. I think it's one of the A's, honestly. Do you think A+ is too high? I'm not sure. Maybe it is. It's actually very solid. It has a lot of uses. I use it regularly. Not every time I do like challenge quests and whatnot. Hell, you can honestly even use it on farming sometimes, depending on your servant. So it has uses there too, even if not like amazing uses. And honestly, I'm gonna put it in A+, because apparently it just might be the only Overcharge CE in the game with starting gauge. So that alone gives it bonus points. So there you go. Good CE. Even if it's split stats. Because you can use it on both supports and DPS. And then we get the other CE that is very similar to Volumen, Sunlight. I'm kind of mad about this this and Volumen, because this one should have had the full HP, because it has full defensive stats to begin with. It has split stats instead. Now, instead of 3-hit invul, you get 3-hit evade. Now, obviously, invul is better, but in most cases, evade is good enough anyway. So it's not a huge difference, but invul obviously is still better. But now, instead of flat attack up, you get a damage cut, which is basically a flat damage taken reduction. Now, in the case of 500 attack up for Volume and MLB, it makes no difference whatsoever. But 400 damage cuts, while yes, it's a low number, it actually can have an impact, unlike the flat attack. This one, in this case, it's better. It actually can do stuff, especially if you stack it even higher with like skills and others, with more damage cuts. So effects-wise, it's a great combo. I just really wish this was full HP instead of defensive stats. They should have swapped this stats on this and Volumen, honestly, so it's kind of awkward. This is a great tank CE is what it is. I run this on a lot of tanks. This is one of my go-to, like, most used tank CEs in the game. You're not wrong, you're like, because this does happen as a buff. So if your servant has the same type buff, it doesn't stack. There is no stackable evade in the game, or stackable invul. As sad as it is. So, but depending on your use cases of both Volumen and this, if your servant has an invul or evade, you might have to use the other one instead, because again, it just doesn't stack. You're gonna have to wait until one of them expires first. So, yeah, it's a bit awkward, huh? I still think this is a great tank CE, regardless. So if I place Volumen on B+, this is either the same or A. I do like this a bit more, because at least the secondary effect is useful. This one, it's useless, it does nothing. Here, it's actually can do something. But because of this having a worse stat line, because I would prefer this to be full HP, I don't know. Maybe it's either the same or just barely above Volumen. But honestly, I kind of want to leave them the same. It's still not that used, honestly. Even if it's good for tanks. It's not, like, amazing. You would think you think both of them should be at A? I don't know. Well, okay, depending on where I place some of the later, like, invul hit-based CEs, we might shift around a bit. I'll keep them both in B+ for now, but depending on the other ones we'll see later, yeah, we'll see. Ooh, do love the next CE though. Child of Atlas. Oh, yes, indeed. So, this is super unique. First of all, ignores defense buffs. Kinda cool. Now, it's actually not the only CE in the game to have this anymore. There's like 3 of them, I think. When this released, it was the only one. So for that, it's still very cool. But the one thing it's fully unique on is a Berserker class damage modifier. Also 40%, like Origin Bullet. Now, unlike Origin Bullet, this is split stats instead of full attack. Obviously, in my opinion, this would be better if it was full attack. But here's the thing. This is still going to be like your de facto foreigner DPSC in most cases. Because it's also their best case scenario, obviously. And yes, you don't get full attack, but it's still better than basically all the other options. Because it's 40% damage more. Like, that more than makes up for it when you think about it. It really does. That's a huge damage mod. Permanent damage mod when you're using this. Kinda crazy. And obviously, Berserker, we fight probably Berserkers more than casters anyway, if I had to guess. I obviously don't have any data to back this up, but it feels like we fight more Berserkers than casters. Yeah, and again, a great utility in the ignore defense, much like the Invul Pierce on Origin Bullet. It's the foreigner DPS CE. But obviously you can use it on anyone else who is going against Berserkers, not just foreigners. And hell, because of that, it has more use than Origin Bullet anyway, because you can run anything against Berserkers. Everything that is not a Berserker or Shielder has 2.0 attack, 2.0x attack against Berserkers, fun fact. Berserker has 1.5x and Shielder has 1. So you can use it on anyone, basically. I still think this is EX. Because it's so unique. If we ever get another Berserker damage mod, then maybe we'll adjust. But again, it just has to be there. It is the anti-Berserker CE, especially for your foreigners, which is the best case scenario. So yeah, common class as well to fight, so easy EX. And yeah, it's permanent. Man, these are all permanent CEs. A lot of these are very good for spooks if you don't have them MLB'd. And some of them are good even without MLB, like the Kiara one. So yeah. Good stuff. Now, the next one, I never liked this next one, honestly. Don't think I've ever used a CE. There's so many better options. It's another one of these Overcharge CEs. It's not bad by any means, but I think later on we'll just see a flat-out better CE, I think, from what I remember. You do still get full attack, which is great, because it's a DPS CE, 25% MP damage on MLB, and then a one-time two-step Overcharge. It's still good, but because of some other stuff we'll see later, is not, like, amazing. It's just kind of overshadowed by other options, honestly. That, especially the one fairly recent addition, just completely... This basically got the Heaven's Feel treatment. Because of the other newer CE that exists on JP. It basically Heaven's Field this CE. So while the CE, again, not bad... If you do have the better options, you're probably never going to use this. It's just the Heaven's Feel case all over again. Kinda sad. I still almost want to put this into, like, I don't know, one of the Bs. Maybe a B+ is still fair, honestly. Maybe even A+, same as Heaven's Feel. Or not A+, but an A, but I don't know. I feel like I'm going to put into B+. This one is easier to use because it's just MP damage. This one also requires your DPS to have a good overcharge, so it's not as used. Because honestly, in my opinion, most like the best overcharge effects in the game tend to be on supports. And obviously, you will not run this as your overcharge C for supports. Not even close. There's so many better options out there. The MP damage is completely wasted, and you don't need full attack on support anyway, so... Maybe even B because of that, honestly. Might be a harsh drop from Heaven's Feel, but I feel like you would... Again, both are overshadowed by better options, but even then, if you have both, you would still probably run Heaven's Feel rather than this. There's not many DPS that would like the overcharge from this, the one-time overcharge from this over the much higher MP damage from Heaven's Feel. So, I don't know. Yeah, this is funny actually, because again, both of them are overshadowed by better CEs, but this one is also, in most cases, overshadowed by a CE that is also overshadowed by another CE. So it's like a train of getting worse when you think about it. So yeah, I'll just leave it in B, I think. Not a bad C, but options make it a lot lower on the list than where it would be if, you know, those didn't exist. Now, the next one is a pretty basic one, but it's a good one. It's literally Buster and MP damage on, sadly, split stats, though. Yeah, this one was the split stats one. FX-wise is good. 25% Buster is, like, borderline LZO. Then you get 15%. Like, if this was full attack, this would be really good. Really good. But as is, shame. For Cs that have these vanilla effects like this, it's a huge difference when it goes from full attack to split stats. Because even among the free ones, there's so many better options. So in this case, the split stats being not full attack is a big difference. Not just in gacha options being better, but free options. So yeah, it's one of these tragedies yet again. Yeah, this is basically Hero Ellie's adventure, but worse, I guess. I feel like this is just C+. Just average. Because there's so many similar options that are much better. Yeah. Like, there's so many free options that are better. This is gacha still. So even the free ones are easy to get. Yeah, this is just average. I wasn't joking when I said in this case the split, it being split stats over full attack makes a big difference. Here, the comparison is massive. Massive. So yes, it's just average because of that. Okay. Ooh, the next one though. Oh, this is still, if you need just OC, this is the OC CE. It's the best Overcharge CE in the game. So split stats, again, honestly, much like Prisma Cosmos, I don't really mind it, because this has both uses for DPS and support. Probably more support often than not, and probably 99% of the time that support will be Castoria that will be using this. Because if you've never used this with Castoria, well, you should try, first of all. Also, this is very good on non-MLB as well. You still get the same 2-step overcharge boost on both. It just goes from 3 times to 4 times, but even 3 times, that's a lot. That's still more than any other CE in the game. I'm not joking. Everything else is at most 2 times, pretty sure, right? So even the non-MLB is more overcharge bonuses than every other overcharge CE in the game. And then it goes even crazier to 4 times when you MLB it. So yeah, both non-MLB and MLB, very, very usable. Kinda nuts. Kinda freaking nuts. Yeah, obviously probably the best case scenario for Castoria as a gameplay option. If you can easily get her up there, she's just gonna get 4 insanely fat MPs. Her overcharge is completely broken, but you can use it on anyone that has good overcharge. Granted, you don't struggle getting their MP. Some of them that might be a deal breaker, but for the ones that it's not a deal breaker, it's a big boost, and it's gonna last for a good while as well. Yeah, Tamamo as well, for instance. It's gonna make her MP battery so much fatter. Yes. Hans, amazing as well. There's a lot. This, I feel like, has to be on EX. Even if it's not the most used CE, it is by far the best overcharge CE in the game. Just easily the best. Sure, the Kiara one also great, and it's easier to use it, but sometimes you want the best. And it really is the best of the overcharge CEs. Not even close. This one is the only other one that I feel like is good. There are some other ones we'll see later of the event ones that I feel like are actually not bad, but these two usually cover you for overcharge CEs in most cases. Will this CE work with Lady Avalon? Isn't her overcharge also stars per turn? That is also weaker than Merlin? You could probably do it, yeah, but it's probably not as strong as Merlin. Unless her overcharge was the battery, was it? I don't remember, actually. Was it? I think it wasn't it like the stars per turn? Same as Merlin, yeah, okay. I mean, you could still do it, yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, now, unlike that Buster Leo C, the next one actually is full attack for the Buster stuff, and this one actually kind of nice. Full attack, 15% Buster, 15% crit damage, and 20% MP gen. Now, it's not the best synergy for FX, especially because this is the highest number. I would have preferred to see maybe 10% here and 20% on these instead. But regardless, it's a great CE. Just not the best synergy between the FX, honestly. This is still, in my opinion, in most cases, considering it's Buster C, it's still worse than Victor of the Moon, though. Even if you get more stats from this when you think about it, you just would prefer a more direct boost, if anything, in most cases. Still a great CE, though, I would say. Do not mind it at all. Morgan loves this. Does she? I feel like you would have better options than this for Morgan. Honestly, all of these stats work for her, but even the free, like stitching CE, is usually the one that people would use. And yeah, this also doesn't have the 2.4k attack that Victor of the Moon does. I feel like this is at least maybe even A+, honestly. It's one of the A's, I think. Maybe it's a lot of stats though, honestly. Even if it's not the best synergy, that's a lot of stats you get. And full attack obviously is very important. Even with all the options available, I still feel like this is a very strong CE. Yeah. For someone like Gilgamesh, for instance, this could be great, because he doesn't have a Buster Up, he doesn't have crit damage normally besides the passive, but he does have Absorb, and Archer always has good base Absorb, and his MP gain is also very good. So for servants like that, is very good, needless to say. So I'll just leave it an A+. It's good. Very good. Then we got... wait, oh yeah, these are still permanents. These are just the JP ones, obviously. Witchcraft we already have on it. So this is the first of the permanents that is not on NA yet. Right. Okay. So what do we got? I don't actually remember the C too well. Ah, it's actually an Overcharge C. So first of all, full attack, actually. Cool. Arts up 20%, not bad. And then a 2-step one-time Overcharge boost. Actually, yeah, not bad, I would say. But again, this kind of wants to... You might say this is also good for supports, but I disagree because it's full attack. You probably have better options still for supports. So this kind of still like wants you to use it on a DPS. And again, because it's Overcharge as well, it also means it has to be a DPS that also has a good Overcharge, basically. But funnily enough, for Muramasa, actually, because of the picture, it's actually great. He has a great Overcharge. So full attack and arts boost as well. In fact, we'll see his GACHA CE later, which is also very similar to this for a reason. Which is also good for him, honestly. Or Gong. I feel like you could do better than this for Gong, honestly. It's also only a one-time boost. So usually the first MP you're going to fire off on him anyway. This doesn't really need to have the Overcharge boost. You'd prefer it to be on later waves anyway. So, yeah, you could use his own Space Star too, but again, if you have Black Grail, you'll probably just go with that instead. Let's be real. It's a good C, but because of the options, you probably won't be using it too much. So I'm thinking between B plus and A, maybe even A, honestly. Could be an A, honest. Yeah, could be A. If you have a Arts DPS with a solid Overcharge, which is not super rare, this is a good option. But for anything else, you're just going to pick a different option. That's it. But still, I'd use it on someone. Actually, yeah, you're right. Yasud actually is not bad with this C. His Overcharge is also very great. And then the fun CE. The HP Scope. Wizard Marshal. Exact same effect as K-Scope, but full HP instead of full attack. I mean, what's there not to love? Besides, I mean, come on, it's still ridiculous amount of starting gauge. Obviously, it's not as good as K-Scope, because you tend to run K-Scope on DPSs only anyway. You can run like this Cs like this on supports, but mostly on setups. Besides that, not really. It's always going to be like on DPS, so having it be full HP instead of even split stats actually is kind of a shame. But I mean, this is still an insane effect. It really is. So I'm honestly going to have a hard time placing this. It still enables buster farming, but with this you don't even get the attack boost, so you might need better units for your buster farming with this. This is a hard one to place. I almost still want to put into EX, because even it's still an insane effect. It still might be EX, honestly. Definitely not EX+. This is so much better. In most cases, 99% of cases, K-Scope is always better than HP Scope. But it's something you will need, right? It's just something that you will need. That's the fact that remains. So I think, honestly, I'm still gonna place it into EX. The effect is nuts. It is just nuts. But if you do have the K-Scope, you're just gonna run that instead. Although, if you're new to JP, or if you start NA much later, you might even MLB this first, in which case I would use an MLB HP scope probably over a normal K-Scope if you don't have the append. So there's also that, I guess, but that's not going to be a big percentage of players. Most people will always MLB K-Scope first and HP scope, but again, it depends on where you start, I guess. You could MLB this first. Still a great CE, though. Right, next one, which was this the Berserker? one? No. Oh, this was the alternate Prisma Cosmos. Right, okay. So we got full attack, interestingly enough. Instead of 10% MP gauge per turn on MLB, you get 5%, so it's split in half. But it does give you also 30% MP damage. Now, obviously, this one you won't be using on supports like Prisma Cosmos. 1 for the MP damage and 2 for the full attack. Even split stats on Prisma is better. But it's actually not terrible. Yeah, and in terms of the stats, it's still a fair trade. But because of that, this also will see a lot less use. And because you're not also going to be running this on support, this will see a lot less use on Prisma. But it's not even a good comparison to make in the first place, honestly, because Prisma is mostly run on supports, even if you can run it on DPS. This one is only on DPS. You're right, Jordan, this might be the best in slot for some servants. I just can't think of any right now. But like again, someone like Abigail, horrible gains. This could help. But, you know, you could be running something like Child of Atlas instead anyway. It's probably worth, honestly. But yeah, for anyone that has terrible gains as a DPS, this is a good option. But besides that, if you don't have terrible gains, I'd probably run something else. Only in that case. Like, yeah, Shisho as well. Dude, I keep disconnecting my screen. What the fuck, bro? Okay, I need to stop kicking my cables, apparently. Okay, it's back. I need my second screen as well. I can't see what you guys are saying if I don't have it. Okay. Avengers 2 stacks up with their passives. Well, yes and no. I feel like you shouldn't put that much value into stacking that. It's nice, but it's not like, you know, something that should be focused on, honestly. I'd still run probably other DPSCs and basically most Avengers at least. It's a nice thing to have, but it's not really something that you should be really focusing on. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, for Archchains with supports where DPS, it's also good. Yeah. Okay. I do like this CE though. I do like it. I think it's one of the A's as well, actually. So I guess it's a good comparison to Heaven's Feel. So Heaven's Feel is what, 50% MP damage? This is 30%, but you get 5 MP per turn. Do you think it's similar or better? I'd argue maybe it's better, but also we can also bump down Heaven's Feel if need be. I don't know. I feel like it's better in most cases. I'd rather take 5% MP per turn probably over than an extra 20% MP damage. So I'm either going to put this into A+, or put this into A and bump this down to B+. I don't know which one I should do yet. Maybe it's fine to do it like this. This could be fair. Yeah. I feel like Heaven's Feel, again, still a good C, just overshadowed by a lot. This one just might be worth the A+, honestly. God damn it, I was hoping more serious song requests today. I can't focus without listening to this shit, okay? Okay, I'm just gonna move on. Alright. Is the next one the Berserker one, I think? I think so. Yeah, okay, so this is the Black Grail Berserker version. But not really. Because it's the same amount of damage. This is an awkward CE. You do get full attack, but again, not 2400 like Black Grail, keep that in mind, so it's 400 attack less. And you get the same 80% MP damage, but only against Berserker. Now, obviously the upside is it doesn't come with the demerit of minus 500 HP per turn. But again, it's not a big demerit to begin with. So it's awkward, isn't it? I feel like this should have been like 90%. Then it could have uses. This should have been 90%. Because it's the same amount of MP damage, and because it has less attack anyway, because Black Grail has that stupid broken attack, you're just not really going to use this. Even against Berserkers, you're probably still going to pick Black Grail, to be honest. Although, obviously, if you have this MLB before Black Grail, then you're going to pick this over Black Grail against Berserkers, obviously, but, yeah. The only reason when I can maybe think of using this over Black Grail against Berserkers is that if you're running on someone like Hijikata maybe, who has a 1 HP Guts, you want him to live more after that nuke MP at 1 HP because he would die to Black Grail, then maybe, but to be honest, you wouldn't run Hijikata against Berserkers anyway because it's only 1.5x instead of 2.0, so I don't know. It's hard to imagine scenarios where you would, like, run this over Black Grail. Oh, actually, no, you're right, actually. It's not against Berserkers. My bad. It's when on... I guess that Hijikata example actually does work. Yeah, my bad. We just covered two anti-class C. So yeah, this is on Berserkers. But still, basically all what I said just still applies. You just wouldn't really run this, honestly, over Black Grail. It's good, but it's not Black Grail good. That's the thing. It's not a huge difference, though, honestly. It depends on which MLBs you have, honestly. But again, chances are you'll have Black Grail MLB over this because this is released so many years later. Also depends on when you started. Feel like this should at least be an A, honestly. Maybe even A+. If Black Grail is EX+, it's one of the A's for sure, right? Maybe even A+, honestly. It depends on which MLB you have, honestly. It's a good C. Just again, Black Grail just demolishes all these Cs to a lower rank because they're so similar. Dude, I kicked my cable again. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure. Oh my god, I need to. Okay, it's clearly loose. Alright, please work now. It was probably like, as soon as you touch the cable, it just disconnects the fucking screen, dude. Okay. Alright, there you go. Now hopefully it won't do that anymore. Okay. Again, anyway, good CE, just sadly overshadowed by one of the best Cs in the game, which is also one of the oldest Cs in the game, so yeah. I could see the argument to placing this in A+, honestly, but I kind of want to put it in A, honestly. But honestly, maybe it is better than Heaven's Feel, even if it's a bit more niche on the use, because it still has more MP damage. Because you wouldn't really pick this. At least this one has some like picking potential for Berserker, but this one, even though yeah, you can use it on anyone, because the number is less, you probably wouldn't. You would still probably pick this less. Yeah, or I could just do this. This is also fair. Yeah, maybe this is the better option. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay. Because I think this is this will have way more use cases than Heaven's Feel, but you know, still, this is the one you're gonna use if you have it. Okay. What is the next one? I don't remember. We're only 3 more permanents remain. We got which one is it actually? It's this one. Yeah, okay. I don't remember these names, actually. User of 5 great elements. Full attack, buster up 20%, and again, 1-time 2-step overcharge. So how many buster DPSs have good overcharges, besides, like, Gilgamesh? I can't think of probably too many. There's probably, obviously, there exist them, but... quite a lot. Would you say it's more than arts? Because this is basically the... So... This main comparison to this will be, or like, at least in terms of similar effects, will be the C we just saw, the arts one, basically. So would you say this has more uses, or less uses, or similar amount of uses? You would say it's maybe more or equal to arts? Because again, this is definitely only for DPSs, not even, this, maybe even the arts one, you could sometimes use it on support, but not really. This one is only for the DPS, 100%. I guess there are, yeah, chat is listing some examples of actually pretty good buster OCs, huh? I still feel like I'm going to place them in the same tier anyway, even if buster DPSs tend to have more overcharge, which again may be true, maybe not. I feel like the difference is not that significant. I can probably just place them both in the same tier, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of buster options anyway. This one probably hardly ever will be like the best option, so I'm just gonna put them in the same tier. Probably not a huge difference in use cases. And the next one, Celestial King. This is the alternate version of 2030. doesn't have full HP this time. It is now split stats. Also 2 less stars per turn, so 8 on MLB. But you do get a one-time 2-step overcharge boost. It's an interesting one. And again, because it's split stats, I guess it can have some DPS uses, but not really. You don't really want to have an 8 stars per turn as a DPS effect. So if anything, I would prefer this to be full HP, much like OG 2030. So you're probably still only going to use this on like supports that have good OCs. Like on Hans. I would argue this is better on Hans than OG 2030. Possibly. Because his OC is amazing, and he's like kind of a crit support anyway, so... This is probably better on Hans than the OG 2030. Although, again, if you do have OG 2030 maxed, that 3k HP is very significant for someone like Hans, for instance, because he's a 2-star. So 3k more HP is a big deal. So I don't know. I feel like, yeah, this will be better on some servants effects-wise than 2030. Again, mostly for supports, probably. But, I don't know. I feel like because I don't think I'll be placing this in EX because I'm not huge. This time, I think the stat line is a bit awkward. Even if it means you can use it a bit on some DPS, but like Van Gogh or Himiko maybe, because they can be used as supports as well. It's good, obviously. It's a great C, but I think in most cases you would run OG 2030 instead. So this is either an A or an A+. I think it should go below 2030 though. 8 stars per turn is still not bad though. That is not bad, honestly. Maybe it's here then. That is still a lot of stars. And it has a bit more versatility. Okay. I'm okay with placing it in A+. But I would still pick 2030 in most cases over these new version. Is this not ordered? What do you mean not ordered? Oh, you mean the thing where some people do, the more left it is here, the more bigger? Like, what's the point, dude? Like, I already have these pluses. Oh, like, oh, LZO is better than our formal. No, the order here means nothing, if that's what you mean. The tier is all that matters. That's why we have the pluses to begin with, bro. I don't know why some people that make tier lists have, like, an order have, like, power level as well. I don't understand. It's just never, in my opinion, it makes way more sense to do more tiers if you need a bigger scale. I don't understand. It's just kind of silly to me. So all of these are just like, they're just A+, all of them. I'm not going to start comparing power levels between these, because comparing most of them with each other makes no sense to begin with. They're there for their own reasons in most cases. So yeah. I guess I should have maybe mentioned that at the start of the stream in case some people... Because I think in the past, in my tier lists, some people have left comments about that. I'm like, bro, I'm not even doing anything with that. What are you saying? Okay, whatever. And now we get the last permanent CE. There's still a lot of shit to go. Oh my god. This is going to be a long-ass stream. I might have to do overtime today, but so be it. Rising Mud Rain. Another Black Grail variant. But this one, this is interesting, because this is the first CE since like 7 years that they actually done this again. This one actually goes to 2400 attack. I think they did that because obviously the big comparison is Black Grail, but then it's weird because they didn't do this for the Berserker Black Grail. I don't understand. It feels very inconsistent. Because that's the exact same setup. It's also a Black Grail variant. So why didn't they do it for the Berserker version? It's kind of weird. Maybe it's because these have the demerits. Yeah, I don't know. Feels kind of weird, but just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, great that it goes to 2400 attack, though, obviously. So you get 50% MP damage, not 80 on MLB. And you get the same 500 HP demerit, but you do get a one-time 2-step overcharge. Again, this is for the DPSs that have those really good overcharges. This will definitely not have as much use, excuse me, as normal Black Grail, but this can be really good. This absolutely can be really, really good. For sure. They seem to like adding a lot of permanent 5 stars with OCs these days. I guess it makes sense. Overcharges are getting better, honestly, as time goes on, it feels like. At least compared to the old ones. Oh yeah, this can be also used for farming, by the way, for like Arturia stuff. In some cases. So let's see, where was the other one? The Berserker one is in A. This is at least an A+. Maybe you could even argue EX, but I feel like A+ is fair. EX maybe not. Because there's not that many DPS options that would pick this over Black Grail. Your OC has to be really good. Really good for you to pick this over Black Grail still. To make up for that less than 30% MP damage up. So yeah. Yeah, it has 2400 attacks, so you could argue here, but no. No. I think I'm gonna keep it an A+. Okay. Is Imagine around higher tier just because of like good quick Cs? Yes, the only reason it's above Formal Craft and LZO, I guess you just joined because that was I was talking about where it's higher because quick has less good options. Yes. Would I use it on Luvia? No. No. Black Grail would be already enough damage. And if you're fighting anti-evil, yeah, Black Grail is way more than enough damage. You would not need to use this. It's only one time anyway for the Overcharge. No. Okay. I guess that's done with the permanents. Wow. And now we get the long list. Ooh, but there are many, many really good ones here too. Very good ones. But so a lot of these will be kind of disappointing, especially considering there's a lot of these have better options in free ones as well. So, yeah, because now we get to see the back. Like, sure, a lot of these were old, right? But at least they're still good. But now, even though a lot of these old ones are gacha, some of them are garbo. So now this is basically the start of the welfare list again. In terms of how many not amazing Cs we're going to see. Although there will be some early on as well. So, you know, it's not all bad. We're going back to the Moon Goddess event. This is the Gacha CE, okay. I forgot how bad this was. Oh no. Okay. Again, it's full HP, but it's not even it's a nerfed number. If you normally a full HP 5-star CE goes to 3k. This one only goes to 2k. So that's already a bad start. And then on MLB, you heal 750 HP. That's the only effect on a 5-star C. Are you kidding me? I would rather run Maiden Halloween from the free list over this for more healing up, and then just run someone like that does healing over turns for way more healing than this. What the hell? This is a gacha 5-star CE, dude. Oh, the year 1 design choices. Or if you rolled this banner, you should get a refund. Even if you got Orion from this banner, you should get a refund. This C existing in that you should get all your quartz back. Yikes. This is the first Y tier. I would never use that C. Never, ever. We're gonna see one of the other, actually very soon we're gonna see one of the really shitty ones as well, but this is the first Y tier. Just absolute garbo. Never use that C. How much HP would I need to heal to be useful? At least 2k per turn. At least 2. If it's the only effect with nerfed amount of HP on the stat as well, at least 2k per turn to even be considered half usable. But even then, I don't know, it's weird. Alright. Then we got Halloween Petite Devil. Now, this is an interesting case. This is almost identical to Sapphire, which we'll see later. The only difference is that this has 5% less MP generation for 10% more starting gauge. Now, this is not a bad CE by any means, but in most cases, Sapphire is just better, because you're going to be fine with 50% starting gauge in most cases, and where you would prefer to have 5% more MP generation anyway, and both of them are full attack. But yeah, for some servants, this could be better, actually. But in most cases, Sapphire will be better. Like, this is still a great CE, honestly. It's kind of crazy. We went from the Moon Goddess absolute garbo tier to actually a fairly damn good CE. Like, no joke. And honestly, this one has more value on non-MLB because you wouldn't really use Sapphire on non-MLB. This one you can use on non-MLB because it's one of those cases that where you get 50%. Like, it's still good. This is still a great CE. And I'm very shocked it's Halloween 1, if anything. Yeah, and if you're doing this on arts farming, just the Castoria MP gains would get you to 100% from 60%, which can make you loop in some cases, fun fact, where maybe you couldn't before. It's definitely one of the A's. Maybe even A+, honestly. That's a lot of MP gain with starting gauge, and it's full attack. I feel like A+ is fair. The only reason it's not EX is probably because of Sapphire, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. It's still a very good CE. So that's an upgrade from the Moon Goddess, the Gacha CE. Okay. There you go. Good CE. Ooh, the next one. One of the most unique Cs in the game. There are many taunt Cs in the game, but this is the only taunt C that goes above 1 turn. And it's not even 2 turns, it's 3 turns of taunt. And then it's a very cool effect where you get up to 80% attack up on the wielder for 3 turns. That's a lot of attack, okay? Now, sadly, it's full HP. This would be so cool. I mean, honestly, it's an amazing CE. It has so many uses, but it would be so nice if it was also full attack, because it makes dying easier in case you need it for setups. And it would also make this effect better for, like, DPSing purposes. But still, I mean, it's Poster Girl. It's the only 3-turn taunt C in the game. That enables a lot of things. A lot of things. And you can absolutely use this as a DPS setup in some cases as well. It's mostly used for setups where you like need someone to die, like guarantee they die because it's 3 turns. So yeah, there's nothing else that does this, pretty much. It might just be another EX plus, honestly. It can have an enormous impact. Sadly, it's just very hard to get because it's not permanent. But honestly, I'm not really going to factor accessibility here, honestly. It's just nothing else does what this C does as well as it does. Not even close. There exists some 1-turn taunt Cs that you can substitute in some cases, but in this case, this has more, you know, things to do with it anyway. So yeah, it's just, for your challenge stuff, it can be like a complete game changer. Ooh, even usable on an MLB, of course. And then we get to Christmas one. From what I remember, this is a very bad CE. Am I right? Let's see. Isn't this like healing or something as well? Kinda. Okay. It's, oh no. Okay, so it's full HP. This time the correct number. But then it's Star Absorb on full HP. And healing up by 50. Who is the CE for? Who is the CE for? Is this for Nero solos? Because there weren't many units when this was released. Who is the CE for? Who the fuck would ever use the CE? What the if it was full attack, then maybe I'd give this like a D tier. But because it's HP, full HP on Absorb and healing received? Yeah, okay. Enough said, okay. Why? Just why? Absolutely why? Okay, moving on. Yikes. This is the New Year's CE. Wasn't this kind of weird too? Or maybe I'm confusing it. Ah, it was a taunt CE, okay. Okay, full HP, 1-turn taunt, 1-turn invul, and debuff rest 20%. Yo! Actually legit. Now, actually, you know, funnily enough, it's actually maybe even awkward. It's good in the sense that, yeah, you're gonna have a 1 solid turn of, like, no damage. But if you're gonna run these 1-turn taunt CEs, you're probably gonna run them because you want the unit to die, right? So it's kind of awkward in that. Like, it makes sense effects-wise. Like, that's what taunt is supposed to be for, like, intended use. To take hits and protect others. But if you're gonna run 1-turn taunt Cs, chances are you want the unit to die. It can have uses though. Let's say you're gonna do a challenge quest where it's an enemy with a single target MP, and they're gonna MP immediately. This could just completely negate that turn. It could. Because of the 1-turn invul and the taunt. But again, that's not something that you're gonna see all the time anyway. And also the debuff rest, it's a good, like, the 3 effects kind of synergize as well, and I like that it's full HP. This is going to be hard to place, honestly. Like, honestly, it makes sense. It just makes sense. Effects-wise, it's amazing, but again, would you use this much? I don't know. Because if you want that taunt, you probably want your units to die, I don't know. and if you're going to use it on units, you probably already have enough taunts anyway, I don't know. This is hard to rate, man. This could be almost, depending on who you're asking, this could be like anywhere. This could be anywhere. But I feel like in most cases where you want a 1-turn taunt, this is the opposite of what you want. That's the one awkward thing about it. I almost want to rate it as average. C+. Which, again, maybe not fair. It could be way lower or it could be way higher. But I don't know. I just can't really think of that many amazing uses for it. But it still makes sense for what it does, right? Like, it's good. It literally saves you a turn when the unit comes in. So that's cool. Unless they have invul pierce, then maybe not. But, you know, yeah. So maybe even B, honestly. I want to just slightly above average. Slightly. But that's it. In most cases, you want the unit to die. Because this is also very unique. I don't think there's another taunt C like this that actually is good for, you know, legit protection. This is like the only one. Unless I'm forgetting something else. There you go. I guess you can make anyone have like a nice one-turn taunt with this, but yeah. Okay, remember earlier when I was talking about like the shitty CEs? Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. When we were gonna see soon. Oh my god. Oh no, it's the Saber Wars 1 CE. Dude, when I was a noob, I used to think this CE was amazing. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, first of all, it's only flat damage and it's a stacking flat. It starts with 100. Oh, it's so bad. Ah, and it splits stats. It splits stats. Why? This has to be top 5 worst Cs in the game, at least for 5 stars. Easily. It makes no sense. Honestly, because this is a gacha 5-star C, I don't think they themselves knew how flat damage works either, honestly. I don't think they did. It makes no sense for the effect to be only that. Like, even if you for some reason, with the MLB, you stall for 12 turns. 12 turns! That's a lot of time to get the max effectiveness out of the CE. Even then, it does nothing. It does nothing. What is plus 1200 attack on every attack gonna do with bosses? Nothing. In this day and age, it will do nothing. That's never gonna make a difference. And it's even more insult to injury that instead of the MLB increasing the value that increases every turn to make the cap faster, they make the cap higher, which is basically the same as 10 turns anyway. There's no difference between like 1k or 1.2k for flat damage. It's just so, this CE is low, and I have this MLB on NA as well, because I rolled for quite a bit for on X banners. It's so bad. Like, both of these, you know, you're gonna be crazy if you're gonna use this anyway, but you're gonna be in an asylum if you're gonna use this. So yeah, okay. Just, yikes. Shame the art is wasted on that, but okay. And this is a gacha limited time event gacha 5-star CE. How? Anyway, moving on. Yeah, that shocking. Next one is this is Valentine's 1, I believe. Okay. Is this like maybe green and blue or something? I don't remember what this is. How do I remember that? Oh my god, I'm such a nerd. Okay, split stats, green and blue 15%, and healing up by 30. Why, dude? Why? Why? Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Maybe not Y tier, but maybe like a D tier. But honestly, even then, I think it's D, like Y tier. Because even on the free ones, we saw so many of these duo effects that would be just so much better than this. So much better. And they're free. This one isn't. This is gacha. Yeah, okay. I almost still want to put it into Y tier. Obviously, it's not as horrendous as this, but I probably would never use this. Considering there's so many options for shit like this, even on the free ones. If you saw the list last week, it's still like... Maybe I can barely make the case then. The ever so most generous D ever, okay? There you go. In fact, the next one might be one of the Y ones again. Oh god, dude. Oh no, it's the Mikia CE. Oh no. From the Kara no Kyokai event. The other one is actually good, but this one, dude, if you don't know what this does, it is instant kill resistance on full HP. MLB 80% instant kill resistance. It is instant kill resistance. Ooh. Okay, you know what? The fun part, this actually was kind of useful in the King Hassan challenge quest in one of the Nerofest. The one time it was ever any useful. Besides that, no. And because that's like the only time I ever thought it was useful, it's still an easy Y tier. What the fuck, dude? Who is designing this shit, dude? Who is designing this? If we get more relevancy for instant kill later, then maybe we'll bump it up to like D, but I can only think of one example where it was ever any useful. Y tier. Just the Y tier. Now, the next one, the other Kara no Kyokai CE, actually pretty pog. Also, did Nightbot just die? No, it didn't. This video just doesn't have music yet. Okay, whatever. Ignore that if you're on YouTube. Alright, Kara no Kyokai, Peerless Puppeteer. First of all, amazing art for Toko. When are we getting the servant, by the way? Just saying, give me Toko. Anyway, the one sad part of this is split stats, but then you have 60% starting gauge and 20% arts up for 3 turns. And again, what does that tell you? It's a farm CE. You can absolutely use this for farming. If anything, you want to use this for where you can actually take use of the MLB effect anyway, honestly. Because then you might have better effects otherwise. So for like, I don't know, Summer, like Jarcher, maybe? She has a 40% battery, you could use this, but to be honest, you could probably do it with Black Grail anyway, so Like, it's a CE that, you know, could have been amazing. As is I like the concept, though. It's like the 5-star version of the Poisonous Snake CE. Obviously, that one doesn't even have starting gauge. We both have a 3-turn arts buff. But to be honest, I think Poisonous Snake might still have more uses, because it has a higher arts up, doesn't it? So you might be able to go from 0 anyway. Yeah. I feel like this number should be a bit higher for the arts, because it's 3 turns. At least it's not a Y tier. I want to say it's like one of the C's. Maybe C, just C. C plus, I don't know. Just a C. It can have uses, but overshadowed by a lot of options. It's a cute idea, though. But just not executed well. Yeah, first year game design. But not Mickey as CE still. And then we got Chaldea Boys Collection number 1, right? We got Kiss Your Hand. I don't remember the C. There's actually, they always release 3 of these, right? Yeah, this is the first of the 3. So on actually full attack, you get a 12% rainbow. Wow, it's just a rainbow. I did not even remember this CE, huh? It's probably worse than the Kirei CE, honestly. Maybe not. Maybe it's the same. You get 2% more rainbow, but you don't get the defense up for 10%. I think it was 10% at least. I don't know. They're probably kind of interchangeable, if anything, when you think about it. Yeah, it's full attack, obviously. Yeah, maybe this is worse, though. 2% might not be worth that less than, you know, losing the 10%. I can't believe I'm actually, you know, giving the 5-star Kirei CE props here, but I am. Okay. What an interesting base CE. So if Kirei is on B+, then this is probably just a B. Again, a bit more value for this CE because of Mighty Chains existing now. That definitely gives Rainbow buffs more value too, but yeah, just above average. There you go. Boom. And then we got this one. I think when you always get to pick a free C. I think most people pick this one because it's like one of these gauge Cs, but from what I remember, this is also full HP, so it's not good. Yeah, it's full HP. Although, yeah, this one also made it a bit more free-to-play friendly, because if you pick the one copy with the free ticket, you still get a 50% starter. And Star Absorb can be good as well, but again, it's full HP, so who the hell would use this? This is only a placeholder. It literally is just a placeholder. That's what it is. If you're lacking on the gauge Cs and you really need them, that's when you're going to pick this. Otherwise, you're not going to pick this. Just, no. No. So this one, maybe a D+. D+. Yeah. For the 60% starting gauge on MLB, you get a D+. There you go. How about that? Hey, now we have populated all the tiers so far. No one is alone anymore. Well, I guess the entries are, some of them are alone, but the tiers are not alone. Yay. And then the third one of the first Chaldea boys is Versus. Now, this is a very interesting CE. I believe this might be split stats, but the effects are actually very interesting. It's like anti-divine attack and defense, yeah. So split stats, but on MLB you get 100% divine damage for 3 turns and 50% defense against divine for 3 turns. This actually can have uses, as crazy as it sounds. It's a very interesting CE. There's a lot of numbers, man. It is, like, it's not as good as the Arjuna CE, funnily enough, he's here too. The 50%, 30% divine damage, 50% starting gauge, 30% divine damage on full attack. But this actually definitely can have uses. Yeah, I mean, like those King Protea one-shots. This was used a lot in a lot of them, I believe. The famous challenge quest where it's really hard to get that 1-turn kill. You're still probably better off, like, even if you're against Divine, maybe this is still not the best. Depends. Even then, I don't know. I don't really know what to think of this CE properly. It can have uses though, for sure. And Divine is not even super rare on bosses. But again, after 3 turns, all you have is nothing for effects and split stats for your DPS. That's not too attractive. But man, those 3 turns though against Divine, bruh. But then again, if you're in a team environment, you're only going to get 1 cycle of cards. So that also diminishes the value a bit. If you're in solo, you get way more value. But even then, the first turn is probably a bit awkward unless you get a good reset. This is a tough one to place. It's so unique. Is Nobu Divine? I don't think so. You can use it on a Zerg to kill annoying things and have them die after. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Where should I place this? I feel like it should be like at least one of the Bs. Maybe even an A, honestly. I don't know. This is a tough one. This is one of the really tough ones again to place. It could be an A, honestly. You just do your thing and hopefully you maybe die afterwards. Or just... Okay, again, after those 3 turns, you're either going to hope that the unit dies or that you just win. That's it. If the fight goes on with them in the field, you're gonna... That's a lot less value, for sure. They're just not gonna be as effective as with other CEs. I feel like I can place it in A, just because Divine is one of the most common boss traits in the game. It really is super common. Super common. So that's what because of the trait being what it is, it's probably an A, honestly. Yeah, interesting CE, though. Then we move on to Rashomon, I believe. And obviously the free stuff, amazing, because we had shit like Oni Hot Springs, Golden Carp for Onigashima, and obviously Kinzuki Raido. How about the gacha side? I actually do have this MLB'd, because, fun fact, PTSD, I actually like to see, it's very cool, but this is the one thing I got from the shoot and rolls, because in her first ever banner NA, I did not get her. I cried myself to sleep that night, you'd be surprised. I was so fucking sad. I even wailed. I didn't get shooten. It took until the year later on the Rashomon rerun where I got her. But I did MLB this in the original run at least. So on split stats, you get nice 25% MP generation and 4 stars per turn. Now obviously it's not the greatest combo of stats and it is also split stats. But honestly with these effects, this is useful on both DPS and support. Probably a bit more so on supports. But you could use this on some DPSs as well. Like, this is not a bad option for supports by any means. Actually, fairly legit. It's like somewhere between, like, Prisma Cosmos and 2030. Yes, it's not gauge per turn, but MP generation still similar-ish effect. It's actually not bad. You're using a Mashu? I can see this being used on Mashu, although you probably don't need the MP generation, because unless you're using Orthodox, then maybe. Because the OG has that ridiculous MP gain skill, which basically makes you go from 0 to 100 in a turn if you have the arts card. But yeah, this will definitely have uses. Maybe a flat A. I could maybe even see an argument for A+, but maybe a flat A. Because it does have uses on both DPS and support, and for support is actually, I think, pretty good. Dude, my voice is already dying this bad. I had the Gorgon CMB pluses, this is worse. What were the effects of that again? It was like 5% MP per turn. Was it MP gain and stars per turn as well? What were the numbers? And it's also split stats, right? Let's see. I assume you should remember that, Jord, considering you leveled that CE. What are the actual numbers and effects for that CE? We should consider that as well. 15% gain, 3% charge, and 4 stars. So it's very similar. Honestly, I'm not gonna place this in B+ then, because they're pretty interchangeable, honestly. They're super similar. There's like barely any difference. Okay. There you go. Now, we're gonna... This is Go West next, yeah. It's literally called Go West as well. The CE. So, on split stats, once mother flippin' again, we get 25% MP damage and 4 stars per turn. That's a very awkward combo, and split stats, super forgettable. Free options are there's so many better free options and gacha ones. You would probably never, ever really use this. I can't think of really a single good use for this. Like an amazing use. If this was full attack, then even then it would be probably like a B or a B+, honestly. Because even the effects don't even mesh that well, honestly. But it's split stats, so it's even worse. I feel like this is like a C, maybe? Maybe even D+. Maybe D+ is a bit too harsh. I feel like C is fair. But to be honest, there's so many free ones that are better too. There's a lot of similar ones that are just flat out better. Yeah, honestly, D+. Yeah. No, this is not Y tier. Yeah, this is definitely not Y tier. It's not that bad. We'll go with D+. Then we got Dumplings. This is from Onigashima then, right? Yes. This is split stats at a quick C. That's all I remember. So probably not that amazing. Although it is quick, so it's a bit better, but eh. Yeah, split stats. 20% quick, 20% MP damage. Man, if this was full attack, this could be really damn good. Really damn good. But as is, damn, so close, man. So close to being a really good CE. Yeah, art is really cute, by the way. That is adorable. Everything in that picture is cute. When this released, this was probably really good, though. This was still very early on in the game. Let's see here. Oh, is this me singing? It is. Okay. Fuck off. Again, YouTube doesn't know what I'm talking about, but someone just requested me singing in the stream in the past. Okay, dude. This one... Is it still B, to be honest? Because again, Quick doesn't have the best... It might just be above average. The effects are good, it's just held back by split stats. I feel like B is still fair, honestly. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with B. I think A is way too high. Way too high. Quick doesn't have that bad options. It does have worse options, but not that bad options. Yeah, I'll just stick with B, I think. Yeah, okay. Is this an... Wait, this is anniversary, right? I think so, actually. So what is this called? Leisurely Strolling. I don't remember that. Do I even have this C? Split stats, star absorb, and arts up. Yeah, that's a mixed bag and a half, dude. Okay, yeah, again, arts tends to be the worst card type for crit stuff, and it's also split stats. Why? I've noticed this, by the way. Why usually with Cs that have absorb, they tend to be like split stats more often than not. It's hardly ever full attack. It's kind of weird. And in some cases, like the Chaldea boys, when it was full HP, they kind of hate absorb Cs, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, this is not that good, huh? 15% arts though, not too bad. And it's a decent chunk of absorb, but split stats at its arts crit based. Maybe a D+ then? Yeah. Don't really see a big reason to use this. Okay, moving on. Partake with the king, right? Or participation. So, oh yeah, this is the value one. Because you have full attack and it's 50% starting gauge on non-MLB. But on MLB you do get 60% and 15% buster up. So I would say in most cases, this is the most comparable to this one is going to be First Sunrise. They're almost identical. But in most cases, First Sunrise will be better than this. Because in most cases you are okay with 50% instead of 60%. And then you just get more buster up. But this is still not bad, honestly. This is not bad. Yeah, this is still good. I would say this is like A tier, honestly. I think it's a good C. Arguably A+, I don't know. There's still a lot of good buster Cs, though. Even free ones, so... yeah. Maybe I'll go with A with this. Maybe A+. Append does give it more value, though, you're right, actually. Because if you have the maxed append, you already start with 80, then on MLB. And 20% batteries are fairly common. Maybe, again, it also gets a bit of points from non-MLB being very useful at 50%. So, you know what? Okay. I'll barely slide it into A+. It's actually good, yeah. Very true. Now we get to Summer 1. This one, I have MLB'd on both servers, I think. Oh, it's... ooh, wrong one. Here we go. The Drake C. This is Invul, Pierce, and stars per turn on full attack. I remember this. Yeah, full attack, ignore Invul, and 4 stars per turn. It's actually not a bad ignore Invul option, to be honest. But that's about it. If you don't need the Invul Pierce, you're not gonna pick this C. Nuh-uh. And even then, if you do need the Invul Pierce, you might have better options. It's still good because it's full attack, obviously. Like, every Invul Pierce C should have full attack because it's obviously meant for a DPS. But, yeah, just kind of underwhelming. I feel like if this was released nowadays, they could have a third effect here. They could have a third effect, right? I feel like it should have something else here. They can keep both this and this on the same numbers, but it should have like a third effect, like maybe crit damage or something. It just feels like it's not that good to justify only having these things. Yeah. But this is a very old C, so... yeah. This one, I would say, is a B. It's just above average, I would say. Nowadays, it would probably have a third effect as well and make it a much better. Just a B, 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 B. So, the next one, though, is a very interesting one, especially considering the card type. We have the Knightest of the Mariners. Full attack, 50 or 60% starting gauge, and 15% quick on MLB. Now we're eating pretty well. So yeah, again, quick doesn't have the best options, so this is still, to this day, fairly remarkable, huh? Yeah, it's such an old CE, but it's still kind of relevant. And sometimes the 60% can actually make a difference as well. Most times it probably won't, but sometimes it does. Especially, again, appends are a thing. It does give more value to 60%ers. And because it's 50 on base, it also has a bit of points for being usable non-MLB as well. Great CE. Honestly, this is definitely at least an A+. So now it kind of matches this, but because it's quick, I almost want to slide it to EX, but it's hard. Because quick definitely needs more options. Buster has way more options. Even this list will show so many good 50% Buster ups. Okay, we'll just leave it to A+, okay. In this case, it's not that big of a difference, I guess, yeah. Sometimes it is. Like this one, IA is still super busted. Yeah, still a great C, though. Ooh, it's already time for Sapphire? Bruh. Yo, I really want to MLDB this when it comes back. So this is Halloween 1 CE, but better in most cases. Same full attack, same effects, but instead of 60% starting gauge on MLB, you get 50%, but you do get 5% more MP generation, and again, in most cases, is better. You don't need the 60%, so you'd rather have the higher MP gain. Just an amazing CE. This is probably the best, CE for MP looping just for gains-wise. because you start easier, you don't need the batteries, and then you have a very good, a great amount of MP gen on full attack as well. So this is an easy EX. Easy EX. Now, it always might not be necessary. Your servants can still do their job, chances are, with other options as well, but still, it is an amazing CE. That's the only reason why this one isn't EX, because this one is better in most cases. Sometimes this is better, but in most cases this is better. So there you go. It's actually funny, they're actually on top of each other like that. Okay, that sounds bad out of context looking at the pictures, but you know what I mean. So yeah, there you go. Dude, the next C is actually really funny. I need to show you something when we get to the C. We get Here's Your Honor. This is from Narrowfest 2. Did you guys know that there's actually just flat out 100% objective power creep in CEs? Let me show you something. If you remember last week's list, the CE from the first GUDAGUDA event is this. It's full attack, 20% crit damage, 20% MP damage, but then you look at this. It's full attack, 20% MP damage, 20% crit damage, but it has 4 stars per turn as well. It's a straight objective power creep. Wow, and they're both 5-star CEs. That's kind of crazy. I did not know this was the thing. Someone told me this in the comments of the last video, so shout out to you if you're watching this as well. I did not know this. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I did not rank this super high to begin with. It was like a B or something. But yeah, this is literally better in every way. Even the non-MLB effects are the same, so this is just flat out always better. That's kind of crazy. Dude, is this the comment where you say FGO is now confirmed pay to win because this one is free and this one is gacha? There you go. Pay to win game confirmed. Okay. So yeah, back to this C though. It's pretty good actually. Stars per turn obviously works great with crit damage and then MP damage, more DPS stats. This is actually, I feel, I never see anyone using this, but to be honest, it's a gacha C and it's from Narrowfest 2, so it's probably super rare. Even I don't have this MLB on my NA account, but I feel like this is actually a very good CE. This is great. In fact, it's so great that I might even go as far as to maybe even bump it into like A+, honestly. At least an A for sure. Hard to say. I do like that it doesn't tie into a card type though, which makes it super versatile. You guys think it's A, huh? Yeah, okay. You know what? Okay. I would not go below with A with this one though. Anything under A would be criminal activity. Because it also has uses on non-MLB because it doesn't have starting gauge. But still, definitely objectively better than the GUDAGUDA CE. Fun little thing. Next one is... Oh, is it Dangerous Beast time? Oh, interesting. It's a similar C, I suppose, but for quick this time. We got full attack, 20% quick up, and 4 stars per turn. And a very legendary piece of art that spawned, you know, fan art, figurines, everything, you know, ever. It's a very legendary costume, I guess. But how good is the CE? How good is the CE? It's alright. That's it. Because honestly, stars per turn as an effect tends to be the weakest on quick anyway. Because if you have a servant that wants quick up, chances are their quick cards are good to begin with. Otherwise, it's not really that worth compared to some other effects potentially. And yeah, then you're probably going to generate a good chunk of stars to begin with. So especially with Mighty Chains existing now, giving you bonus crit chance and the quick chains, stars per turn is a bit less on value as well when you think about it. But it's still full attack and 20% quick performance. So I guess it's mostly comparable to Imaginary around. But I would definitely take 10% more quick up over 4 stars per turn in this case. Definitely. In basically all cases, honestly. So this is A at most, maybe a B+. I don't know, it's one of these two. While IA is obviously EX tier. Is 1.5 tiers too much of a difference? Maybe it should be A then. Then it's just a 1 full tier of difference. Because these are like half tiers, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious. Still pretty good though. But just maybe the only reason I can put it here, again, because it's quick. Even if stars per turn is not the best on Quick, but again, Quick still to this day just a bit behind on options compared to bustering arts. Yeah, take a shot every time I say that, by the way. You're gonna be drunk by the end of this. Maybe even alcohol poisoning. Not good. Yeah, okay. Ooh, and then the Christmas 2 CE. I don't remember this being good. Was this maybe even full HP? This was like, was this green and blue as well? It is. Oh, it's actually full attack. Never mind. Oh, it's full attack. Okay, so full attack, 15% green and blue, and 15% MP generation. Hey, that's not terrible. That's not bad. Whoa. Again, you probably still prefer for it to be a single card type, but... And this usually tends to be the worst of the duo combos, because most servants don't do stuff like this. It's usually one of red and then one of the other two. But yeah, it's actually not bad. This is not bad. I could see someone using this for sure. Pretty decent number of stats too. Okay. This could be maybe a B or a B plus? B plus maybe? I don't think it's an A though. I think it's one of the Bs. The synergy with the FX at least makes sense, because its MP gain is good with Quick Up and Arts Up as well, if you have the good cards, obviously. Maybe if it was just Art or just Quick Up, it could be quite a bit better, but okay. B. Okay, whatever. You guys convinced me. Ooh, the next one though. It's already time for New Year's too. First Sunrise. Here it is. Full attack, 20% bust drop, 50% starting gauge. So it's very similar to Partake with King, but it just has less starting gauge, but more of the red goodness. To this day, one of the best Buster Cs in the game, in my opinion. Definitely. Even if there's a lot of amazing Buster Cs out there. This one's still definitely out there. Now, sadly, unlike with Partake, this one I would not really recommend using if you have non-MLB. The MLB is where it's at. Let's be real. I think I can place this on EX. I can place this on EX for sure, yeah. Some people might disagree, and honestly, I get that. But I will definitely place this in EX. This is my list, okay? I still think it's one of the best Buster Cs to this day. On MLB, that is. Boom, boom. Yeah, I know you disagree, Jord, but yeah, it is what it is. And for the record, you would probably put it in A+, I assume. And I'm not mad if I see it in A+. I'm not mad. I can understand. I just personally see it as so good that I would put it into EX. So, yeah, there you go. How about a respectful agreement? Handshakes. Civilized arguments. The next one, though, is kind of funny because you don't appreciate First Sunrise as much as I do, but you love this CE. We got Cute Orangette from Valentine's 2. This is a great CE. Full attack, 30% MP generation with 20% MP damage. That is a great pairing with great amount of damage stats. Oh, this is at least an A+ immediately. Maybe even EX. It is nice though that it's not tied to a card type. But I still feel like something like Smiling Face will see a lot more use than this. And for arts, Smiling Face is always the better option, but you can use this on other card types as well. I almost want to place this in A+. It's obviously still an amazing CE. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's a great CE, though. I almost just want to put it to EX, though. I'm so tempted to put it to EX. It is a great CE. That's like 50% effective stats as well. Obviously, they don't scale the same, you know, with depending on what the stat is, but still. I'm barely... I would kind of feel dirty if I didn't put it... I'm barely gonna slide it in there, okay? Yeah, okay. Yeah. There it is. It's like Sapphire if you don't need the starting gauge. That's what it is. So it depends. I think we had similar cases like this in the other list as well. It's like, it depends. Both are amazing Cs, but do you need the starting gauge or do you not need the starting gauge? So, yeah. It's kind of, it's that kind of a comparison. Now, we got, this is Chocolatier, right? Yeah, this one, from what I remember, it's an artsy, but it's a bad one, I think. Let's see. Split stats, arts up, and stars per turn. Yeah, do be one of those again. 20% arts is not bad though, but it's split stats and stars per turn not being that valuable for arts in particular. Ooh. Yeah, What would be the most comparable ones so far? I think there was something similar here. I just forgot what it was already. Probably somewhere down here. Was it this one? Maybe? I honestly don't remember. Maybe that means these Cs are so forgettable, if anything. Yeah, if this was... Honestly, I agree, now that you mentioned it. If this was full HP, this would be better. Because then you can run this on support. As is, it doesn't really know what it wants to be. This one is one of those cases where I would say, oh, it's good for both DPS and support. I think it's just okay on both DPS and support. It's not good on either of them. But if it was full HP, I would even go as far as to say it would be even good on support, honestly. Like, I do and I don't, though, King Chris. Like, here's the thing. Like, it's an awkward little thing. Like, stars per turn is best in arts in the sense that arts has the worst star generation. In that sense, yeah, I value it. But when you realize it, at the end of the day, arts still has the worst crit potential of all the card types by far. Even Quick is quite a bit better. Buster, definitely. So even though, yeah, it has the worst star generation, and so it's better to get stars that way, it still is not as valuable as for Quick and Buster DPSs most of the time. But if this was actually a supporting CE full out with HP, then it would be great, because then the one who's using this is not going to be an arts DPS to begin with. This would be on a support. And then you can run someone else, like Buster, DPS instead. But as is, it's kind of awkward. I would say a C, honestly. Maybe a C+, because you can still use it on... You can still use it on a support, even if it's split stats. Yeah, it actually does have support value, but you probably have better options. So I'm just going to place it on the average side. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, Hot Sands time. This is a cool C. I think... Is this the first Absorb Seed of these that has full attack? I think it is. This is one of the rare cases where they actually gave it full attack. So you get the nice 600% MLB absorb and then 25% crit damage on full attack. Is very basic, but it works. It just works. Yeah, this is the Sigurd CE. This is for the servants that have the crit damage but lack the absorb. Obviously, this won't... If you're running this on Berserker or Avenger, forget about it. This won't help you too much. It's going to help a little bit, but it's still not going to make you consistent. This is mostly for the other classes that have like an average or okay base star absorb that just lack the absorb to get more consistency. So it's still honestly niche in that sense, but not really. It's still a good crit CE, to be honest. I agree it's borderline EX, but I would not put this into EX. I would just slam it into A+. I think that's very fair. I would definitely not put this into EX though. I would run other crit Cs for like on the EX side instead. But it's still very, very good. I do like it a lot. But if you already have the absorb... A lot of the crit-focused servants already have good enough absorb to begin with, either as a base or in their, kits for like an, temporary absorb, which usually covers it. That's why I'm not putting into EX. That's why a lot of the other crit damage ones might be more worthy of EX. Like Victor of the Moon. Which it is. So there you go. Then we got the next... Actually, wait, did this only have two ones? This Chaldea Boys... Oh, wait, no, Hot Sands is the first one. Yeah, okay, so the next Chaldea Boys C for the second one is going to be the Dante's Detective one. I think this was like Arts and Invul Pierce. Oh, no, it was the other Dante's one. This one... Oh, wait, this is the one. Okay, I forgot what the other one did then. Yeah, so it's Invul Pierce and Arts up by 10%, but it's split stats. If this was full attack, it would be the same as Decapitating Bunny from the free side, which was for Quick. It would be the same thing, but this is clearly worse. Even obviously, it's not directly comparable because you would run this on Arts Servant, and the other one quick. But even, I'm talking about how much use these would see, because there's a lot of Invul Pierce Cs out there for both gacha and the free side. So you can be a bit more picky when it comes to them. This one is like average-ish. This is actually the same as the Oniland free one, which is, I believe, 10% Buster, Ignore Invul, and Split Stats. The bear thing from the free side. So I feel like this is... so if I placed the Drake C to B, I feel like this is a C+, because at least that one has full attack. Even if I prefer Arts Up over Stars per turn, just on base probably, but because it has full attack, I would probably place it higher than this. It's just average. Eh. Oh well. Then we got As You Wish. The last of this Chaldea Boys batch. Full HP, huh? Although, maybe it's not the worst. You get 1 turn of Invul, actually. Interesting. And then 30% MP generation. That's not bad for like a tanky unit. Maybe even for a support. Actually not terrible. You can use this on both a tank or a support, I would say. Could be a decent option. Actually. Even the non-MLB looks great. It's barely any difference to the MLB. Yeah. I actually forgot that this was what the C even did. You think it's worse than the Taunt Invul C from earlier, the Mashu one? I'm not sure, because that one is only mostly run on... That's only gonna... You can only run that on a tank. I think. Well, you could run on support, but you would much rather run this on supports. So this has more value based on that. But maybe it can break even, because this is less protection, because you're not guaranteed to soak the damage immediately. So maybe we can put these in the same tier then, which is B then, right? Yeah. This one is mostly just for tanks, but it guarantees you get instant value from that 1-turn Invul. This one, you're not guaranteed to get the value from the Invul, but it's also very usable on supports. So I feel like that's the difference maker here, why they're both all going to be on the same tier. I'm okay with that. Then we get the GUDAGUDA 2 CE, which is a cool little Buster C from what I remember. Cool art as well, if you're a Nobu fan. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, the title of Nobu. Full attack, Buster up 20%, MP damage 20%. Now, I might need a reminder. How much are the values for Hero Eli-chan? Because it's the same C, basically, but different values. I forgot what those values were. They're not the same, are they? There's no way they're identical. There has to be 25 and 15, but which way is it? I think Eli-chan, is it more MP damage than Buster? 25, yeah, okay, so it's less Buster. I don't know. I honestly feel like these are interchangeable, to be honest. So where the hell did I even place Eli-chan? It was probably like an A or something. I don't remember. I'm guessing around an A or something is where Hero Eli-chan ended up. This might be ever so slightly better. I think I would prefer 5% more Buster up than MP damage. Although with Oberon it's maybe arguable, but I feel like these should be on the same tier then. Yes, this is also harder to get, but I'm also assuming MLB is mostly here anyway. It's a good C, but it's not amazing. So I would feel like it should be on the same tier as Hero Eli-chan from the free list. Boom, boom. Then we get the first of these Buster, like actual Buster MP gain Cs, I think. We had some examples earlier, but this is one of the, more used ones. From CCC. Conquering Great Sea of Stars, full attack, Buster up 20%, and MP generation 20%. So it's actually very similar to the last C. You just switch MP damage with MP generation. Now, there's going to be a lot of these Cs in this list, actually. This is in the middle, I would say. This is alright. There's going to be one later that I think is easily the best of the bunch. But this one... I feel like this is not as good as the previous CE, because it has more uses for Buster. Buster usually doesn't have the biggest focus for MP gain for your DPS. There are some good examples, like Gilgamesh, Reshkigol. What else can I think of? Well, anyway, for stuff like that, it's good, but mostly MP gain tends to be better for quick, and especially for Arts Servants, so... It's still not a bad C, depending on your servant, but for most Buster servants, you're probably going to pick a different DPS CE, honestly, even if you have this Emerald Bead. So if that was on A just now, this would be on B plus in my opinion. Especially because there's going to be one better one later, which is very similar. Just a B plus. It's still a good C, but you might want to pick something else depending on your servant. That's not the one I'm talking about, Seraph. If you thought Poolside Bar was the one I was talking about, you're in for a rude awakening. Actually, not too far from now, so Poolside Bar is definitely not the one I was talking about. Alright, next up is the Anniversary 2 CE, which is titled Chaldea Anniversary. How fitting. So, we got split stats, 60% starting gauge and 10% for green and blue. Because it's split stats, I feel like this is very forgettable. Decent, okay, like free-to-play value for non-MLB copy because 50% starting gauge, but that's it. It's a placeholder. This is just a placeholder. There's even so many free ones that are so much better. And especially because the free ones tend to be, like, you have Traces of Christmas for quick, and you have Ocean Flyer for arts. Usually you would prefer the more direct, like, single type anyway, so... And those are free, like I said, so... Yeah. This has the argument for the 60% if you do MLB. It can enable a little bit more stuff, but even then it's not that big of a deal. I would say D+, probably. Pretty much. I think it's worse than the Toko one, even though it's only three turns for the arts. It's still more direct. I think it makes a bit more sense. Then we got Summer 2 Cs. These are both pretty interesting. This first one is kind of tragic. This would be, like, honestly, EX tier maybe? Maybe not, if it was full attack, but it is split stats. So on split stats, what do you get? You get 30% MP gain. So it's the same as Cute Orange Jet. Also 15% MP damage. Although, then it's 15% crit damage. So, if anything, this is just quite a bit worse than Cute Orange Jet when you think about it. But if this was still full attack, it could be very good, I would say. Not top tier, but it would be very good at least. As is, the two first effects, great combo, but the third one is just, it's like a third wheel, no pun intended. So yeah, it's a bit messy, and the split stats don't help, so... I would say this is like, it's still 30% MP gain though, so I almost want to place it in C+ anyway. It's a lot of stats you get, even if it's a bit awkward of a combo. I would still say it's like average for sure. Just a bit all over the place to be like really good. Then the next one is interesting. It's actually a good quick CE, Midsummer Moment. This is pretty damn cool actually. So on full attack, you get 15% quick up, 15% crit damage, and 4 stars per turn. Again, quick still maybe not the best value for stars per turn, but hey, it's still great trio of effects, I would say. They actually make sense. That is literally a quick servant that crits on full attack. That is very specific, and it's not even niche. It's actually great. I think this is like an EX plus, if any. Yeah, this is well, let's see. What was Fist of Hail again? The stats? Because it was the one we got on Summer 7. It's like, it's the same but Star Bomb, right? Instead of stars per turn, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, so is it the same numbers as well? Yeah, it's the same for quick and crit damage as well, but instead of Star Bomb. So I believe, was this an A+? I think this was an A+, right? I feel like they're interchangeable, depending on your situation. So both probably should be A+. This was an EX, I'm pretty sure. So both of these should probably be A+, honestly. It makes sense, honestly. It makes a lot of sense. They're like so, there's not a whole big difference between them. So I would just put both into A+, then great CEs, honestly. Good quick options if you have them. Well, at least Fist of Hail is free, so you should be able to get this from Summer 7. Yeah, quick and crit is pretty poggin', yeah. The next one is actually one of the 60%ers that I really like. We got Battle Olympia. I'm actually using this on my Jinako farming because of my append being unlocked. So on full attack, you get 10% red and blue and 60% starting gauge. Of the 60%ers, this is definitely one of the better ones we've seen so far. It's actually not bad. But obviously, it's kind of niche. It's only really good, in my opinion, when the 60% makes a difference. When it doesn't, you might as well pick something that is like 50%, like Ocean Flyer for arts, for instance. But if you actually can make a difference with the 60%, then this is great. It's a great CE for a 60%er. One of the best 60%ers in the game, if anything. Unless I'm forgetting some really amazing ones. I think this is definitely up there. Yeah, true. Buster helps because of Merlin's 20%, very true. And now that we have Proto Merlin, which is also 20%, right? You know, arts is also kind of cool, I suppose. Would I be crazy to put this on A+, honestly, on MLB? Even if it's the best case use is not the most common one, still, when it's good, it's really good. No less than A, at least. I think this is like still like one of the best 60%ers in the whole game. This and like where is it? I'm blind. Where did I place it? Where is Knights? Yeah, Knights of Marines right here. Yeah, but they're both on A+. Yeah. Okay. You think there will be better ones later, Jord? Okay. I don't remember them, but you know what? For now, I'll slide it down. But if there won't be really good ones later, I might bump it back up. But I'll trust your word for that. There will be better ones later. Okay, fair enough. But still a great C. This is a weird C from what I remember. This was like a unique Arturia banner to celebrate Heaven's Feel Movie 1, I think. Beyond a Wish. Split stats, absorb, and buster up. If this was full attack, this could be as very legit, honestly. It could be, again, another Sigurd option, if anything, but because it's split stats, yeah, it's a kind of forgettable one, isn't it? Just, there's so many Buster Cs with full attack for gacha and free ones. So if it's a split stat Buster C, it already bumps the ranking down a lot. It's just brutal, bro. So many options. So, was there a similar one for like arts? And which one was that? I don't remember. Does someone remember which one it was? Because this should be just a bit like a plus higher than that. Because Buster is still better for crits. Was there an absorb and arts one that was split stats? It's in D+. Is it this one? It has to be this one then. So then this one is a C. Basically, okay, there you go. So it's a below average C, which sounds good to me. Oh, the next one is not good just for the gameplay side, but the art as well. Halloween 2, Trick or Treatment. What a nice art. They actually nailed it. First of all, they had Dangerous Beast and then this the following year. I mean, come on, bro. Oh wait, no, this is Halloween 3 actually, not 2. 2 was Dangerous Beast. Yeah, we're already at Halloween 3. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, much like Beast, it's good, and this is honestly even better. So full attack, the nice 30% MP gen, you gotta love it, and then 20% crit damage. Now, obviously, it's not the best combo, but it's still good shit. Good shit, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah, and then Royal Icing was the year after. Yeah, you're right, actually. That's funny. Like, it's good stats, good numbers, but the effects are just a bit awkward together when you think about it. Just a bit awkward. So it definitely holds it back a little bit. I would say this is an A tier CE. You think it's amazing on a quick servant, that combo? I don't know. Usually those quick servants that would be benefit from this, aka the MP game, would want a quick up as well in their CE, honestly. So I don't know. Wait, you know what? Yeah, if Atrifas was here, then I guess this should be here as well then. I guess, yeah. Yeah, because I think it's either the same or sometimes better than Atrifas, honestly. Okay. Yeah, I mean 30% MP gain is pretty much as good as it gets. We've already seen many of them, but still, it's good. So you know what? Okay. Hunter was EX, yeah, true. I'm not gonna place this into EX though, I think. Even though they are pretty similar. That is a bit awkward though. But I don't think that I don't want to place this into EX. Maybe in retrospect I would lower Hunter then. I would not put this into EX. I'm okay with A+ though. Yeah, okay. Sure. Can I tell you why the C next to 20, you mean 2030? On the right is top tier? You mean this? It's the best anti-caster C in the game. How is it not EX tier? You answer me that question, Donald, and then we can talk. How is the best anti-caster CE in the game not EX? There's a question for you. Alright, moving on. Next one is really good. Okay. Starry Nights. Oh baby, full attack, 50% start engage, and 15 on buster and crit damage. Now this is really good. Oh baby. This is very comparable to like First Sunrise, I suppose, or like HNS. But I like this more than HNS because its buster tends to have the best crits anyway. So I will be placing this into EX. I know Night Moon is here and it's probably gonna get triggered. Because HNS still isn't EX on my tier, but I think this is EX tier. I love this CE, it's so good. It is just an amazing buster crit CE for sure. Yeah, Gilgamesh also loves this because he doesn't have a proper crit up anyway. So there you go. I know there's probably going to be a rant incoming again, but yeah, I can't not place this on EX. I just think it's such an amazing buster crit CE. It's just so good. So good. Oh, you actually agree that it's EX? Okay. But I'm okay, maybe not. Okay, I was expecting you to say, okay, but HNS should also be EX or something like that, even if you say this is EX. But again, yeah, I'll just stick to this. Then we get the Hokusai New Year C, which is sadly not that great. First of all, it's an arts quick C, and it's also split stats, right? Yeah. Yeah, oof. So it's the same effects actually as Starry Nights just now, but for arts, but it's also split stats instead of full attack. And obviously arts has way weaker crit potential than Buster tends to have. So yeah, this is still quite a bit of a downgrade compared to Starry Nights. Pretty big downgrade in terms of usability. Shame. It's a cute little art. I assume that's supposed to be Gudako at least. Maybe it's not. Wait, is that actually... Wait, or is that John or something? Wait, who is this? Oh, it is John. Okay. Okay, cool. Interesting art style. I guess it has multiple... Oh, yeah, it has the others in the background. Okay. Sure. This one... I feel like it's a C+. That might be harsh, though, but I don't know. Might just be a C+, just average. Because again, arts is not even that amazing for crits. It's split stats. You might, yeah, it's a big drop compared to Starry Nights, but again, it's just, there's a lot that goes into that. Arts just tends to want different stuff most of the time, and even then, of the crit options, this is not even on the best ones anyway for arts, so, yeah, And now, for the guy that was thinking, I thought Poolside Bar was the best version of the Buster MP gain CEs of the non-gauge ones. This is the best one. This is the one I also leveled to 100. Pharaoh Chocolate. This one, at least, is a very big pog. So it's also full attack. It has the Buster and MP gain, but this one also comes with MP damage. So you literally lose 5% Buster damage for 15% MP damage, which makes the MP generation make more sense and more valuable as well on the CE. How about that? This is definitely a toppity tippers one. Even if Buster is still not the best card type for MP generation, with this, like, look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. That's kind of nuts. Wow, wow. But I kind of agree with George that I would still not probably place this in EX. But I think it's of the Buster MP gain CEs, it's probably as good as it gets, pretty much. So, there you go. If this was an Arch C, obviously it would be EX or probably even, yeah, for Quick too. But for Buster, I'm just gonna leave it on A+. Still an amazing C. No regrets, level 100ing it. Love it. Then we get to more Chaldea Boys Cs yet again. We got Star of Camelot. This was as Absorb, I think. But is it good? Oh, it's actually full attack Absorb with stars per turn. So I think this is just a worse version of Hot Sands, right? The only difference is that it's stars per turn instead of crit damage. But I think in most cases you probably prefer the crit damage. It's not a bad CE though. But I feel like this is just a worse version of Hot Sands. They're very similar. And for the same purpose too. Well, if you do have MLB Starry Nights, you could. I would probably level it to 100 as well, Sparky. Yeah, definitely. It's an amazing Buster crit C. Yeah, I think crit damage just makes more sense on this. So if Hot Sands is A, this is an A or a B plus. Maybe B plus is a bit too harsh. I could see maybe maybe not. I don't know. Again, it depends on the servant as well. If your servant already has a lot of crit damage in their kit, then it's probably an A. But if they don't, then this won't really up your damage much. It's gonna make your crits a bit more consistent, but it won't do much for damage. I'll just leave it in B plus, even if it seems pretty extreme, like a full tier difference between Hot Sands. I feel like this is overall just gonna add much more to your damage, if anything. Are these the only two Cs so far with full attack on Absorb? At least so far, I think they might be. How many are there left, even? I guess it also depends on that. I know there's some split ones still left. But if there's not that many left, it could honestly be A in that sense. It depends on how many are still left. The competition, that is. How's my voice doing so far? Kind of dying. But you know what? It is what it is. I think we're going to go a lot of overtime today, is what it looks like. I'll just leave it in B plus for now, moving on. We got the other Dante's Detective CE. Was this quick then? No, this is red and blue. And 50% for MP generation for both of the FX. Split stats once again. Wow. Okay, dude. Not the worst effects. Obviously, mono arts would be better because Buster usually doesn't care too much for MP generation, but split stats means it's probably fairly forgettable. Was there anything similar so far? Wasn't this other done? No, this was Invul Pierce. I'm so bad at remembering some of these effects. This is much harder than the free list to remember, honestly. I feel like it should be like a C. Maybe a C plus. One of these two. One of the C's. Maybe a C plus, maybe average. The effects are not bad, but it's split stats, so. And Buster's still not the best with MP generation, or the most value rather. Eh. The next one is cool, but sadly also split stats. This is very similar to like Sapphire, for instance. So it has 50% starting gauge, also MP generation and MP damage so to reduce this compared to Sapphire, but sadly it is split stats. This could have been a really, really good C for some servants, but man, it's like now the other options are just gonna run over the C because of the split stats. That's just the reality of it. How sad. Could have been amazing. Take a pause and drink something. I'm sipping here and there all the time. Okay. I still feel like it's a B at least. It's still a B CE. The effects are really good. But because of the split stat, there's a lot of different options that look just, you know, much more appealing. Good effects though. I'm actually kind of biased with the next C. I actually really like it because it matches Okitan so well, but overall it's not an amazing CE. It's full attack, green and red up 15% and 15% MP generation. And funnily enough, this is actually from her original gacha banner too. So it was clearly made with her in mind anyway. Yep. Thanks, Fez. Yeah, it's not a bad CE though, regardless, but it's still like not amazing. It's good. It's just good. It's a good CE, but that's about it, if anything. Do love the Zonoki-tan though, but that's just one servant. I would agree with a B+, honestly. That's good. It's not like amazing, it's just a good C, and I feel like B+ pretty much reflects that. Then we get another split stat absorb CE on Tale of Love and Hope. But this one only has 200% absorb instead of like 600, so it's much less. 50% crit damage and 60% starting gauge on MLB. I feel like here the starting gauge doesn't matter too much. This is one of those 60%ers as well where probably doesn't have a lot of uses. This is just, I think, way too all over the place. It doesn't really know what it wants to be, you know? Yeah, you would only use this on Rider because then the absorb makes any kind of difference. Or an Archer or Foreigner, but even then, Good art, but the effect though, yeah, I don't know, man. Is it the Cs that make the servant better, or servants that make Cs look good? It's both, honestly. This one, pretty forgettable. I would say a C, below average. Just below average. Then we get Summer 3 stuff, right? Maybe even 4. I've lost track at this point. Emerald Float, split stats incoming. Yep. But 20% arts up and 20% MP. Now, what are the numbers for Royal Icing again? Because it's the same effects, but that one has full attack. So this is definitely worse than Royal Icing is, even if the numbers are a bit different in the splits. 25 MP, 15 arts. Yeah, this is still worse than Royal Icing. And did I put it on EX? On the free list? I think I did. This one, again, you might be thinking I'm crazy because it's so similar to Royal Icing, but I feel like this is like a B+. This is just a B+, if anything. Even if the main difference is just split stats. But again, there's so many other options you could be running instead. It's that brutal. The comparison for CEs is actually brutal, man. It's just, it is what it is, man. So there you go. I would definitely use Royal Icing over this. No questions. Then we got the split stats on the dude's side, and it's a Buster one. Hero on the Beach. 15% Buster, 15% crit, and 4 stars per turn. Like, FX-wise, it's actually not bad. Hell, stars per turn actually pretty good on Buster, because they don't have the best star generation. It's not as bad as Arch, but it's not as good as Quick either. So it's a nice, you know, FX-wise, but split stats, meaning that the comparison just got, they're just rushing over the C, mostly. Yikes. This could have been such a really good C. Man. That's the case with a lot of these when you think about it. So much potential, but in the end, they did not make it. This one, it's a B, because the effects are still really good, and they make sense. But split stats, that's pretty much it, honestly. Yeah. Another one. Then we get another one of these Buster MP gain Cs with full attack. We got Gilgamesh in New York. This one's still not as good as the Pharaoh Chocolate one. This is honestly... This is probably the same tier as Conquering Great Tier Stars. The only difference is that instead of 2020, it's 2515 in favor of more Buster and less MP generation. Maybe this is ever so slightly better than the other one, because again, maybe you prefer more Buster than MP generation on a Buster Servant. But I feel like this is mostly interchangeable with the Conquering the Great Sea of Stars CE. Is not a big difference, but I would say on average this probably is a bit better, but I wouldn't say it's such a minor difference, just a 5% shift in the stats. I would probably still keep these in the same tier. They just pick whichever one you like more or whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Both are like B+. Then we got Welcome to Oniland. This is, was this a 60%er? I know it's full attack, starting gauge, and blue and red at least. Oh, and it's a 50%er, okay. Oh yeah, of course, this is the 50% version of the narrow 60% that we saw earlier, right? So it has a bit more here, because it was 10% on the 60 one. This one has 12% for 50 gauge, so it's very comparable to the Battle Olympia CE. But I feel like this is not as good. The only reason Battle Olympia was fairly high is because of those better 60% scenarios. I feel like for this 50% case, you probably have better options. Even on the free ones. Like, if you're running this on Art Servant, chances are Ocean Flyer is just straight up better. Just, you know, way better. Honestly. And if you're running it on Buster, you know, you can run stuff like the Bunyan CE, so... yeah, I don't know. You probably prefer those more direct options anyway. Yeah, maybe this should be 15%. Who knows? It's good, but again, this one suffers from the comparison, especially the free ones. Just a bit sad. I would say this is still... it could still be A, but honestly, it would be the same tier as Battle Olympia, which may be fair, but I kind of feel like Battle Olympia should be just a plus higher, maybe. Because I do like the 60% scenarios, enabling it having more options that might not be possible with 50%, even if there's not that many of them. Yeah, so I'm just going to place it like a minus lower. Is this another split stat one? I think, maybe? I think this was kind of forgettable too. Hey, it has Anastasia on it. That's funny. No, okay, I'm not even going to try and pronouncing that. Just call it Snow. Anastasia C. Okay, so yeah, split stats. It's green and blue and then starting gauge 50%. So this is the same C as the last one, but quite a bit worse. Not only is the card combo worse, it's also split stats. So this is at least a full tier lower. So if that was B+, this is at most a C+. Maybe a C, honestly. Just a C. Just under average at this point, because of all the free options as well with starting gauge. Yeah, shout out to the art though, yeah, true. Oh yeah, one of her skills is titled like that too, kinda, yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, true. Now I'm gonna get spooked again. Ooh, we're already here, huh? Jeez. Smiling face time, bruh. Alright. Finally some premium stuff once again. So remember when I said the top 2 art Cs in the game are pretty easy? Ocean Flyer was one of them in the free side, and here is the second one. Smiling face, full attack, a lot of arts and MP gain, and MP damage. Like, look at those numbers. It's the perfect trio of effects. They love each other. They're literally fucking. The numbers are fucking, okay? It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. It works so well, man. It was meant to be. This is such an amazing CE. God tier art CE. Easy EX. Boom. No questions. Now we go Valentine's 4, maybe? I don't know. I lost count at this point. This is one of those invul hit Cs, I think. I don't think I'll place it in EX+, honestly. Sure, it's an amazing C, but it's not like account defining, honestly. Like, it doesn't do something that nothing else does, clearly. It's still a top 2 art C in the game. It's either 1 or 2, depending on how you rank Ocean Flyer and that, so... yeah. So, full attack, 2-hit invul, not 3 hits. Like the Volumen one, that's what I thought. Some of these are lower. And MP damage, 30%. At least this one makes sense, kinda. It's offensive stats. But then again, not sure how much you're gonna get use out of that 2-hit invul on a clearly what is supposed to be a nuker CE. It's not bad, but I just can't really imagine many scenarios where you would want this over like Black Grail or many of the other MP damage ones we've seen. There's so many MP damage ones that are good and full attack. It's probably for Berserkers only, right? Berserker DPS is where you need a small extra layer of protection. Otherwise, I don't think I would pick this over the other MP damage, like the good options. Yeah. Trade 5% gauge per turn for 2 invuls, so half a tier lower. Wait, what is that? What C are you comparing it to? What comparison is that for? I don't remember that. Like on paper, this seems good, but then you realize who is actually really gonna use this much besides like berserkers, I guess, and even then, the 30% gauge, 5% one. Oh yeah, true. It's this one. So it's 30% MP damage, and then 5% gauge per turn. I think this is considerably worse, honestly. I don't think it's a small difference. Because that one is not just for berserkers, it's for servants that have shitty gains as well. I'm gonna put this in B+. I think this is a full tier worse, honestly. Yeah. I would put this a full tier lower than this. Okay, still not a bad C though. B+ is still okay. Alright. We got another Dante's Detective C, because, you know, Chaldea boys. This one was the quick one, but for whatever reason, they're always cursed to be split stats. This could have been good! Holy crap, 15% quick and crit damage and 20% MP gain, man. Imagine if this was full attack. Damn. This could be pretty sexy. Such a shame. Still not a trash CE, honestly, because quick doesn't have the best options, but it could have been, like, real amazing. I'm gonna place this in maybe even B+. Is that, even though it's split stats, just because it's the effects are still so good. Like, they're really good. If this was like, if this was full attack, it would be A+ minimum, maybe even EX. But as is, I think B+ is kind of fair, even on split stats. Next Chaldea Boy CE is titled Dance with the Rounds. Full attack, absorb 600% and MP generation. So this is worse than Star of Camelot and Hot Sands especially. This one, the other effect doesn't even really have much to do with crits. So this is just, these got worse and worse as we went on. Great or Not Servant. You know what, it's not, yeah, it's actually not terrible still. But I feel like this still has less use cases than those two. So if this one was A+ and this one is B+. Okay, you know, here's the thing. I'm actually gonna bump Star of Camelot to A, and we're gonna put this into B+. There you go. Okay, so it turns out I will place this in A then. Yeah, A+ for Hot Sands, A for Star of Camelot, and B+ for this round C. I think that's okay. Okay, moving on to cool already, huh? Princess Pilgrimage. Again, C that suffers from split stats. It's also tragic because this was released the same year as Traces of Christmas later, which is full attack, even though one is MP gain, one is crit damage, but still, again, the effects are good. They're just good. 15% quick and crit damage with starting gauge. Like, that's great. That's very great. But then it's split stats. Why? Why couldn't this be full attack? I just don't get it, man. This should have been full attack. This absolutely should have been full attack CE, man. Yeah, they don't like quick too much, do they? Although we are gonna see one really, like, the best quick C arguably in the game later still, so there, it's not all lost hope, but yeah, okay. Oh well. As is, I would say, much like the Dante's one, this is a B, or actually no, it was a B+, right? Yeah. I feel like it, again, it depends. Do you need the starting gauge or not? Then you're gonna pick this. If you don't, if you do need it, you're gonna pick this. So pretty much the same tier, just different uses. These two. At this point, you believe they think the best stat for Prof is for quick is split stat for... Yeah, they might, actually. Most of them are like that. Then we get the case file C. This is one of the last of the Buster MP gain ones, and this might just be the worst one from what I remember, because this has shitty stats. Yeah, it split stats when most of them are full attack. So yeah, again, a different mix of the Buster and MP gen, but because this is split stats, this is quite a bit worse than the other ones, because there's so many of the other ones. This is just very, very forgettable. Yeah, stupid sexy waiver, look at him. Look at that man lounging in the sofa. Wow. Sad for the CE though. This is, because of all the others existing and the options, this is like a C, honestly. Just under average at this point. Definitely below average. Not even the best, like, C effect combo. That's another thing. Then we got Warlords, right? Yes, so this is red and green and starting gauge with full attack, right? Yes. So, I think this is pretty much going to be the same tier as Welcome to Oniland. I would say Buster and Quick and Buster and Arts tend to be pretty similar in value, and that's the only difference. So, this is going to be the same tier as Welcome to Oniland, basically. Pretty much no meaningful big difference between them. So if that one is B+, then this one also is a B+. Still very usable, though. But because we have so many better direct options for the card types, which are in most cases better than like a duo effect, so, you know, that's why it's not higher. Then we get the Anniversary CE again. Walk in the Park. This is also split stats, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And much like the last year's one, this is also 200% absorb. MP damage and starting gauge. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. This is pretty much interchangeable with the Da Vinci one. They're both kind of messy. They're just very messy. Effects don't really make that much sense, and it's split stats, so it's a mess. It's not garbage, but it's just a mess. Just too much stuff going on. Why? So if that is at C, this is also a C. Oh wait, was it crit damage actually? You know what? Okay, it's better then. Never mind. This is a D+. Yeah, if this is absorb and crit damage, it's better, because this is absorb and MP damage. Yeah, this is better. Makes more sense. Yeah, I'll probably talk about the levels at the end as well. I mentioned that in the disclaimers at the start. This is already over 3 hours or so. Wow. Alright, next one is a great C, actually. I like this one, kinda. I remember this being kinda cool. I think this was also stars per turn on Arts, but still. Yeah, okay. But you still get 2k attack, and it still comes with the crit damage. So yes, it's on Arts with the crit stuff, but still, if you were to need an Arts crit option, this might just be like the best option, flat out. This or Another Ending. So honestly, I feel like this is very comparable to Another Ending. It's not as high attack, obviously, because it has the amazing attack on it. But this one has more stats, basically. This is either the same tier or a minus lower, basically, than Another Ending. And Another Ending was A+, right? Yeah, that's basically as high as it gets for Arts crit focus, honestly. So the question is this A+ or A? Because it's very similar. But maybe this is just higher because of the plus 400 attack, but I don't know. Maybe it's not that big of a difference. They're both like the best Arts crit C options, if anything. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah, EX for Art, there you go. Nice ass. And then there's the poolside bar. The worst version of Pharaoh Chocolate, basically. So split stats, Buster, MP generation 10% or 15% on MLB, and then 20% MP damage. So this is just a much worse Pharaoh Chocolate because of all the comparisons and this one being split stats. It's just kind of night and day, sadly. Could have been decent, even if the effects are not the greatest synergy between them. But because of the split stats, it's not like the waiver. It's still better than the waiver one, in my opinion. I would maybe even to go as far as to say it's even B tier. It might just be above average, but it's still like below the Gilgamesh ones and the certainly below Pharaoh Chocolate as well. So yeah, definitely one of the weaker of the Buster MP game ones. Am I dropping a CER tier list? We might revisit that again in the future, yeah. Who knows? Another Buster CE. We got Round and Round. This one not MP gain though, right? Yeah, okay. So full attack, Buster up, crit 4 Buster cards, and starting gauge. This is actually amazing, huh? Whoa. Whoa. So this is this just very comparable to Starry Nights then, I guess? Yeah. Arguably even slightly better than Starry Nights. Depends on your servant, I guess. But I feel like this should be on the same tier as Starry Nights then, right? I don't see a reason of them not being in the same tier. So this is amazing, yeah. You think it's slightly worse? I don't know, it depends on the servant, honestly. It really depends on the servant. Sometimes this could be better, so that's a reason why I think they should be on the same tier, honestly. Because you do get more crit damage, but it has to be Buster. But again, if you're using someone like Super Orion, I would say this tends to be better then. I would kind of feel dirty not putting them in the same tier. Because I did also put Stitching on EX, right? If Stitching was on EX, this has to be on EX as well. This one is even easier to work with than Stitching, I feel like. Kinda. Although that's not tied to a card type. But still, crits are also the best on Buster. Although you're right, actually, the difference isn't that big for the crit damage. It's only 5% more crit damage, which means at least two of the cards in your deck will not get any crit damage. In that sense, you might be right that it's then A+. Because they won't get any crit damage. They would get 15% always with Starry Nights. It's so close. It's like so close. This is like borderline EX then, okay? We'll do it like that, sure. Okay. Still a top C though. Alright, then we got the Etchan C from Saba Wars 2, right? The effects are actually okay for Etchan, but still, it's overall, man, it's split stats and it's healing received. Like, Etchan actually does have a heal of her own, but man, is why do they hate quick CEs, man? Why do they hate quick CEs? I don't understand. That is such a... It's only 10% for the quick up as well, in favor of more healing received. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. And it's not even full attack. Shame. It's just a shame, dude. This one... It's like a D+, even if it's a quick C, maybe. Maybe harsh. I don't... Probably, honestly, fair. Probably fair. Yeah. When will they understand that if they put healing received Stargen, it should be at least 100% plus the other effects? Yeah, exactly. It really should be. Oh well. Then we get the CE with the fun art, which is called what? Maiden Luncheon Party. So this is gacha, huh? Okay. Split stats. MP generation 25%, and actually the effects are actually good, both MP damage and gen by 25%. But man, again, split stats definitely bump this down quite a bit. There's a lot of good MP gain Cs with full attack, which have other kind of synergizing effects as well. We even saw many of them earlier today. Yeah, it's just straight up quite a lot worse than cute Orange Jet, huh? Yeah. And again, you might be saying maybe it's not that big of a deal that it's split instead of full attack. It is, because of all the other options. So this one, B+. Big difference, I know. But yeah, the other options are because of that. And if you have the other options, this one might be even lower, honestly. But yeah, it's still not, the effects are still good, honestly. They're still good. Then the next one is actually pretty good. This is a good Invul Pierce C, right? Knowing the Way Broadly, what a weird name. Full attack, ignores Invul, and then 20% MP damage and MP gen. Now that is quite nice, huh? Yeah. This is pretty good, huh? This, of all the Invul Pierce Cs in the game, this is top 3 for sure. And that's probably not even counting, like, Origin Bullet and Honey Lake because they're a bit more niche. I'm just saying, like, you know, generic, more generic Invulpir CEs. This is a very, very good CE. And it's not even tied to a card type, which gives it so good value as well. Even if Buster, this might not be that amazing for Buster, honestly, but for quick get arts especially, it's pretty damn solid. It's at least an A+. Can I make it into EX though, is the question. The reasoning for it to being EX is that it's like one of the best generic Invulpir CEs in the game, which it more or less is, but am I willing to put that much power behind that statement? And because Honey Lake can also be made not a niche as well, I don't know. I feel like that existing maybe makes this A+. If Origin is EX, this is EX. That makes no sense to me. Origin is not EX because of the Invulpirs, Alex. That is a stupid comparison. It's EX because it's the best anti-caster C in the game. It's just a nice bonus to have. That is a silly argument. If Honey Lake didn't exist, I feel like this would be EX. But because Honey Lake exists, and also it being very solid on non-MLB as well, and because you can make that niche not really a niche, I would say this is A+. But honestly, if someone were to put this into EX, I can understand. I can absolutely understand that. But I'm just going to leave it in A+. Still super, super good. Okay. Unless we can agree that Honey Lake maybe belongs in here. Honestly, are we going to decide that already? Dude, that's going to be fun when then all the people are there be like, oh, it's so overrated, bro. Is it though? I don't know. Hard to say. You know what? We might just do that then. Okay, so I'm going to leave this here then. We'll see. Okay, moving on for now. Okay, that might just end up happening then. Anyway, oh, the next seed though. Oh, it's time. Dude, I'm so sad I don't have this MLB'd. I really want to MLB this. Alright, finally, the promised land of Quick, and also nice art. Basically the Quick version of Smiling Face. And it's as good as you might think it is. Full attack, 15% quick and MP damage, and 20% generation. It is amazing. This probably is just the best Quick CE in the game. Seriously. This CE right here. So this is certainly at least EX, where Imaginary Round also is. But honestly, I don't know. I'm almost even tempted to, because of the quick options being pretty shit. I don't know. But definitely an EXC for sure. For sure. Ooh. Yeah, if I were to move it, then Smiling Face probably has to go up as well. Even if there's a lot of arts options, but it's still like such an amazing CE. They're either both going to be EX or EX plus is the thing. I should probably make that decision right now. I think I might keep them in EX, honestly. Because they're not like game defining. They're amazing CEs, but they're not like something that you would use in 99% of the content or just flat out make a strategy possible that wasn't before. So you know what? We'll keep them both in EX, okay? There you go. Then we get, is this the boys C of some? What is this C actually? I don't remember this. What the hell is this a Chaldea boys one? Oh no, it's the Odysseus event. I forgot that was actually a playable event. Anyway, full attack, invul for 2 attacks and crit damage by 20%. So this is gonna be the same tier as the Aresh one, right? The Valentine's one, which was 20% MP damage, right? I don't really see a reason to put these on different tiers. It just depends on what servant you're running. I really think these should be the same tier, right? Pretty much as simple as that. So that one was, what, B+, I think? B+ it is. Good, but not amazing. Ares one was 30%. Yeah, but it's still like the effects scale differently, so it's basically the same when you think about it. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, in terms of everything else being exactly the same. I probably should have been more specific, but yeah. Is this a Chaldea Boy C as well? Blue Illusion? Is that what it is? The reason Poster Girl is EX plus element is because, again, what I just said, it creates strategy that wasn't possible before. That's why it's EX plus. It literally makes something possible that would never be possible otherwise. That 3-turn taunt it enables stuff. It's still just a setup C, you know? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not there because of usability. You're not going to use it when you're farming, which is most of the game. Yeah, you're not wrong in that sense. But you don't have to be the most used C in the game to get that status. That's why some of the servant, like, hell, I placed Van Gogh in EX+. You're never going to farm with Van Gogh, which is 99% of the game. You're only going to be using her in 1% of the content. Doesn't matter. It's because of when she's used, when this CE is used, they make that ridiculous difference. And honestly, yeah, you can use Poster Girl for farming because of the 80% attack. It's no joke. If you have the looping capability. Just saying. Anyway, you will farm with Van Gogh just for spite. I mean, that's fine, yeah. I'm just saying with my criteria here. Anyway, this is split stats, but it's an Invul Pierce CE and 30% MP damage. I feel like this is kind of meh, right? This looks pretty meh to me. This is like a C+ or something. This looks just average at best. Just looks very forgettable. There's so many Invul Pierce even on the free options. This is just a C+. Maybe even a C. C, honestly. Yeah, just C. Slightly under average. So, then we get this gacha C for the Voyager event. And this one also quite sad, right? Was this like blue and green and then split stats? Let's see if I'm correct here. Oh, it's actually full attack, but it's still blue and green. Crit damage and then 10% for these. Again, I feel like this is a bit... yes, it's full attack, it's nice, but... it's a bit all over the place for effects, honestly. I don't know. If it was Buster and Quick, then it would be definitely better. But Arts and Quick? Is not bad, but again, you probably prefer a bit more something specific that matches the card types better more often than not. Yeah, I don't know. I can maybe give this a B, honestly. Maybe a B+, because it could still be... it could serve as a decent quick option, because there's still not a lot of them. But an A I probably can't do. I think A would be too high for this. If this was Buster and Quick, then maybe an A, honestly. But with Arts and Quick, I'll settle with a B+. Sure. And then I guess it's time, huh? It do be time, huh? Man, this is, or if anything, people are not even going to comment about the rest of the video. Like, even the other, this is the part where people are going to leave their angry comments. Because there's so many opinions about this CE. People are going to be like, oh, it's so overrated, it's not that good. And people are like, oh, it's amazing. Oh, like, there's never any in between, huh? Yeah. What link are you talking about, Jord? Anyway, yeah. Full attack, Invul Pierce, and then damage against enemies that do be burning. Now, the reason this CE is as good as it is because of command codes. Yes, indeed. Because there are lots of command codes that tag enemy with burning. That's what it is. Well, apparently you linked me something here. What is this? Oh, is this the CC itself? Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's just one of them, honestly. You didn't even have to link this one. There's a lot of burn CCs out there, but yeah, obviously this is one of them. So yeah, I do think Honey Lake is amazing, though. Honestly, I'm one of the people that do think it's amazing. But the question remains, like, am I gonna put it to EX plus or EX? Because you can basically run it on anyone. That's the part. You can run it on anyone at all, because of command codes, to have a up to 40% damage modifier on full attack, which is kind of nuts. So if I'm gonna place it in EX, I might bump the Musashi Invul Pierce C down to A+, unless I move it into EX+. This no matter what I do here, there's gonna be angry comments regardless. I already see them coming on YouTube. You can't win with this CE. You just can't. You're gonna leave it in EX, people are gonna be mad. You're gonna put it in EX plus, people are gonna be mad. I almost want to just put it into EX plus, honestly. It's so much damage, and the utility of the Invul Pierce on top. The only case where it's not good if you can't debuff the enemy. That's the only case where it's not good. But those are not even super rare, or I mean, those are actually kind of rare when you think about it. You know what? Fuck it. Come at me, YouTube. Come at me. You know, and to make it, you know, okay, to give it, I could see it being here. Sure, but I'm gonna place it here, okay? Do the angry cup. They're typing. I can hear the keyboards. Yeah, that's what the keyboard. I don't know. No keyboards make that sound, but I'm hearing it already. So there you go. Boom. I did it. I did it. Okay, there it is. It's overrated. Oh my god. Unsubscribed. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So be it. Anyway, next we have Celebrate Memories. We go for a very underwhelming CE next, I think. Also, my thingy is... Okay, there you go. Now you can see the memories, the numbers now. Anyway, again, this is just an opinion thing. I hope no one really actually takes it that seriously. It's literally just an opinion. Alright, split stats, 10% red and green and 60%. If it was full attack, it could have some really cool usage with the 60%, but as is, miss me. Kinda forgettable. So this one is a C or a C+. Was there anything similar to this? I think there was. I just so bad with remember. This should be probably similar. What was it? There was a similar effect, right? I just don't remember what it was. God damn it. It's gonna make some of this look inconsistent, but I don't remember what the similar effect was on some C. I'm just gonna place it in C+, though. It's just average. Not that good. Then we get the male summer C for this year, which is called Innocent Blue. We got Stupid Sexy Odysseus. Olympia. No, I mean a split stats one. That is full attack. I think there was a 60% double card type split stats. Maybe that was the first. I don't. If there was one already, then yeah, I don't know. All right, split stats, 2 hits, invul, and 15% arts up. If this was full attack, there could be some cool uses. But as is, it's kind of random. Like, it needs to be a servant that needs the protection, and they need to be an arts DPS. But to be honest, I guess this could be maybe used on supports as well. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. Honestly, this is probably better for supports than DPS, right? I don't really see this being a good art C for a DPS. It's an okay one for supports, and that's about it. What am I listening to? I want to listen to some actual music. Okay, next one. Also, what the fuck? Song requests are literally about to end. Can you guys request some songs? There's only 2 things in the queue. Hello? What's happening? Anyway, whatever. Next thing. I guess Nightbot is skipping a lot, but whatever. Please don't let me do this without music. I'm literally gonna go insane. Start requesting shit now. You can't hear them? Is it that low on volume? I'm hearing them really loudly. Anyway, whatever. This C... For a support, C+. C+. Alright, moving on. Then we got the Shisho Fest C. We're actually almost up to date with NA here. Crimson Spear Trainer. Kind of a cool CE, man. And especially because it's quick oriented. So 2k attack, 15% quick up, and 20% quick crit damage with 50% start. This is great. This is just flat out great. Yeah. Quick obviously tends to have a lot of quick focus anyway, and still very good numbers for the... I'm actually surprised they're like, even this is 15%. I was expecting 10% defend, but it's still 15% quick up. Actually great. This is either an A+ or EX, honestly. The only reason I'm considering EX again is because it's quick. It's a quick C with full attack and actually effects that make sense. So that sounds good. It's the same as Gilgamesh in New York. What? Gilgamesh in New York is not starting gauge. I think you're thinking of a different CE. You're thinking of this one, a round and round, right? I guess it should be on the same tier, honestly. Even if it's quick, it probably has more uses based on that, but I'm probably not going to bump it over this one just because of that. So you know what? I'm just going to place them next to each other, both on A+. Great CEs, though. And then we got the latest NA one, which is the GUDA 5 one. We got Firefly's Flame of Integrity. Okay. Yeah, Round and Round was close to EX though, honestly. But even then, I feel like I'm still going to keep them in the same tier, honestly. Call me out on that if you want. Alright, 2k attack, max full. 50% on both arts and quick. And then one time 2-step overcharge. There's not going to be that many amazing scenarios for this, right? Like, it kind of the effects look good on paper, but then you realize what the actual servant pool is, and then you're like, who is actually going to get amazing value from this? I feel like this is more of a servant problem than a CE problem, honestly. Right? Yeah. Who would really love this CE? I don't honestly know. Like, it's good on paper, but there's just not that many servants that this would be amazing on over other really good options. But at least this has potential for future servants as well, which is cool. It's probably still good for many servants right now, but maybe never like the best option, but in the future this could actually become quite a bit better. But for now, I think I'm gonna place it into like B+. I think it definitely has potential and probably already has some good uses, even if it's never gonna be like maybe not the best option for any servant. It just looks good on paper at least. Then, what is this? Charm of Love. From, oh, this is, right, the release of 5.5. Full attack, huh? 50% starting gauge, 1 times 2-step overcharge, and debuff success rate. Whoa! So this is very comparable to the Kiara CE, actually. Arguably better in many cases, if you don't need the 60 on the MLB. Wow, I forgot about this CE. Damn. This is probably not as good as on your supports because it's full attack. Kiara is probably better on supports. But for some backline DPS maybe coming in, or maybe you could even run this on frontline, honestly. Huh. This is actually good. Honestly, I want to place this in the same tier. A bit less support value, if anything, but actually good DPS potential. And you know what? Debuff success rate is an interesting little thing. It's an interesting thing. It's very rare, honestly, especially high-rarity CE. Can be okay as well. Yeah. I think this should be on the same tier, which is A+. Wow. I can't believe I actually forgot about this CE. It looks very usable. Whoa. I do like that, though. I do like it. Ooh, the next art actually is very nice. This is for, is this Imaginary Scramble, I think? Yeah, Mystery Treasure. I'm not even a big John fan, but this art, bruh, is pretty lit. Alright, split stats though, that's a yikes. 50% starting gauge, and then red, blue, and crit damage 10%. Yeah, it's sadly not the best for FX-wise, right? Yeah, at least the art is nice. People that will be going crazy for Van Gogh will definitely see this CE a lot. So sadly, you're gonna get an awesome servant, hopefully, but you're not gonna get an awesome CE. So, you know, give and take. We need that, but quick and buster and full attack. Yeah, that sounds nice. This one, not so much. This one sounds to me like a C+ or a B tier CE. I want to place it in C+, to be honest. It just doesn't look like it's ever going to be that amazing. C+, average. Okay, then what is this? This is Christmas. Twinkle Star? What these? We can kind of see the end, yeah? My voice is almost... I mean, it's been dying for the past hour or two already. Definitely gonna do overtime today, but hey. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, because this is a random point in a video, and this is a random seed that no one's ever gonna check, so it's good time to mention this. Wow, you are a trooper if you're literally at this point. I assume that, because if you're at this point, you probably watched the whole thing. Holy crap, that's crazy. Also, shout out to everyone on stream as well, obviously, if you were here since the beginning. Crazy. Shout outs. Alright, split stats, arts up 50%, MP damage 15%, and 4 stars per turn. Random as hell. What is this CE? What is this package of randomness? Split stats and everything. Who and why? Okay, I'm not gonna put in the Y tier just because I said Y. It's not useless, but just so random, man. It's all over the place. Make this MP gain, and then we have like a B or a B plus CE. Then it's like a shitty smiling face. Now it's just, I don't even know what he wants to be. This is a, it's still decent numbers, huh? Maybe C is still a bit, maybe C plus, just average. Nah, C, below average. Okay. Can I say if any C are worth rolling for now? Oh yeah, I guess now, because these are all good. Yeah, I think so far, none of the ones after GUDA 5 have been worth rolling, unless I forgot something. So ignore these for now, for CE rolling purposes. Next up is the Muramasa New Year's C, and this one, at least for Muramasa himself, is actually good from what I remember. It's one of these arts overcharge ones with full attack, I think. Oh no, it's split stats, never mind. Oh dude, this could be so good if this was full attack. Arts up, MP gain 15%, and then 2-step 1-time overcharge. Damn, dude. If this was full attack, this would be so nice on many DPS. Maybe even support, honestly. Like, if anything, I think maybe now it's just better on support. Actually, now that I think about it, with split stats, it's probably better on support than DPS now. Huh. Interesting. It's now that I look at the like stats, when I'm thinking about supports, whoa. Interesting. Is actually not that bad on supports, huh? Yeah, dude. Oh. Dude. Crazy how when you think of a CE from a different viewpoint, it looks better. For a DPS, this is very lackluster. But for a support, I mean, obviously it would still be better for support if it was full HP than split, but hey, FX though, and for supports, the stats tend to not be as important for DPS as for DPS anyway. Is that actually cast story on the CE too? Yeah, it is actually. Wow. Oh, dude, sneaky. I mean, effects-wise, this is good for Muramasa, and it's on his banner. But dude, they did a sneaky one. It was actually for her. Ooh, the hidden secrets. Whoa. Okay. It actually does. I think it's a B plus. Maybe even an A for support. What do you guys think? Wow. I did not think this could be maybe good on support. It is. It actually is good for support. Could it be an A? At least a B plus, I think, when you think about supports. This could be A. Because even the stats are not that big of a deal, even if you would prefer full HP in that sense. Wow. Honestly, that's a surprising one. That's like a sleeper. That's a, what do you call him? Black horse? Is that the term they use for underdogs in races, right? Dark horse? Yeah, not black horse, dark horse. Well, okay, whatever. Yeah, they... Okay. Close enough. Alright, next one is this for, the, Taira event, then? 1-inch princess, the, what you call Tengu? Little Big Tengu? Yeah, it is. Full attack, green and red, 15%, and 2-step 1-time overcharge. Ah, this could have uses. Oh, this can certainly have uses. Whoa. One of the better DPS overcharge Cs, I guess. Yeah, I think that's Maeve, right? It is. Okay. Click on the art. Okay, you guys are way too honky. There you go. Take a screenshot because I'm about to close it. Boom, it's gone. Let's go back to gameplay. Okay. Could this be like an A tier CE, actually? I think so, maybe. There's not that many good options so far for Buster and or quick overcharge DPS stuff. And it's full attack, so... I think this is like an A tier CE, honestly. Looks good. Depending on your servant, this could be a great option. Depending on your overcharge. Good for Bazette. What is your overcharge again? I don't remember. But maybe you're right, actually. Alright, next one. Is this Valentine's? Cook's Heart. Is it attack up? Okay. Split stats, another 2-hit invul, and 15% bust. Whoa, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Wasn't there a similar one that was like arts up, but that at least had support value? This one doesn't. This one definitely doesn't. What was the one that was support value? It was pretty recent, wasn't it? I don't remember. Was it? It was this one, right? The Odysseus one. Yeah. This one is like, this is a D+. This is a D, this is a full tier down. Maybe usable on some Berserker, but that's about it. You know what? No, we should put it here. There you go. D, just a D. I don't really see, like, only on Berserker, and even then you probably have way better options. There you go. That's a D. Just avoiding the Y tier. Then, what is this? Flower and Cafe. Split stats, 600% absorb it. Dude, why? Oh, if this was full attack. Come on, dude. Oh. Why do they hate quick? There's always split. It's always split. 15% quick up and 6 times star absorb is actually not bad. But then it split stats and you kind of hate life. Bruh. Why do they... Also, the art is wholesome as hell. I love Ku. Hell yeah. Flower Shop Ku. That's good civ. HA. Yikes. Just yikes. I almost still want to put it into average because it's a quick CE. It might still be here, honestly. Yeah. Okay. Could be a lot better, though. Club or Argonauts? What is this? Is this Chaldea Boys, I guess, maybe? Yep. Full attack for once, invul, pierce, and 30% crit damage. Hey, this is a good CE. I don't remember this, but this is good. Whoa, this is great. This is actually a very good invul pierce option. Yo. Wow. I had no memory of this CE, but hopefully now I'll remember this CE, because this is good. If the Musashi one is A+, I think this, or AX, this should be A+ then, right? I think this should be like A+. It's just behind it in a usefulness, I think. But it's still very nice. I think it should be here then. Wow. That's great, man. Maybe one time I actually want to MLB something from Chaldea, boys. Next up, we got Flower Sunshine. I don't remember most of these Cs, including this one. Full attack, though. And then blue and red, 15%, and overcharge 2 steps 1 time. So this is the same as the one of the previous ones, which I placed on A. This is also pretty good. This should probably also be on A then, honestly. That one was for Buster and Quick, right? And now it's Buster and Arts. Don't really see a big reason to separate them, honestly. Oh, this was from the Idol event, wasn't it? Wow. Did I miss one CE? Oh, did I? I did! It was a Toma one. You know what? I already went to this. So, whatever. Luckily, the timestamps in YouTube will be correct anyway. Yeah, this is A then as well, honestly. Which was, yeah, this one, the Maeve one. Anyway, let's go. I skipped over this one. So, this is now... City Where Dreams Are Born. Okay. Oh, this was the Akiba Tower event. Full attack. Oh, here we go. This was one of the other ignore defense ones. I know there's like 3 of them total, right? Then Arts and Buster up 10%. Yo, that's great utility, man. Dude, this can be good on a lot of challenge quests. I love the full attack as well. Oh, that's sexy. Keep in mind, the Child of Atlas C is not even full attack. So if you need ignores defense specifically, this one is much better. It's obviously still EX because it's like the anti-Zerk is crazy. But dude, this honestly, because the third one is still also on this list, but I assume it's not as good as this one. No way, right? I assume it's by what lot worse. This one I might put into EX, honestly. Because this is so much more rare than Invul Pierce, and this is already a great CE regardless, because it's full attack and a pretty decent combo of cards as well. Whoa. Oh, you watched this, Sleazy? Yeah, I'm so hyped for this series as well. I think this might be EX, honestly. Wow. We shall see. For now, I'll slide it in there, actually. Damn, dude. 10% FX kind of low. Yeah, you're right, but honestly, you would not pick this C unless you needed the ignore defense to begin with. So I feel like it's not, a big deal breaker. If this was split stats, unlike the Atlas, Child of Atlas, I would move this to like A+ or A. Okay. Next up is Angel Hearts. What is this from? Oh, it's Summer. Oh. Anyway, split stats, another 2-hit invul and a quick card. So they made these for all card types, it seems. They're all the same. This is now the quick version. And of course, it's still split, even like the other ones. But yeah, at least in this case, it makes sense because the other ones were too. So they were like what? Was it this one? No, not this one. Fuck, I forgot. This one was the Abbey one, right? I'm going to place this in D+. Because it's quick. And this one was Buster. Unless it wasn't a cool one, was it? I think it was this one was 2-hit invul with Buster up and split stats, right? The Odysseus one was the arts one, true. But you know what? That I'm okay with keeping still here because it has support value. This one doesn't. This one maybe a little bit, but even then not much. And it's quick, so it's also, more favorable than Buster because quick Cs are harder to come by. So you know what? We'll go with this. Right. Whoa, I closed the tier list. Oh no. Wait, no, I didn't. What did I close? Nothing. I just changed tabs. I'm an idiot. Okay. Next up is Treasure of the Caribbean. So this is the dude Summer 7C. Not Summer 7, Summer 6. Full attack, 10% arts, 15% MP damage, and we actually do have a proper Overcharge arts damage one with full attack. Ooh, what was the other one with split stats? I think I gave that a decent rating as well, but this one is actually full attack. Oh yeah, it was the Muramasa, the Castoria one, which actually placed based on supporting. This one is a DPS one for sure, because it's also MP damage. This is good. Like, it's good. It makes a lot of sense. The triple effect, they all have good synergy, and it's full attack. A+? Is that too high? How many servants, good arts DPS have, like, good overcharges? It's one of the A's, I think. If there's not a whole lot of servants that this is amazing for. A+ if there are. The other one was A. Yeah, but it's A because of support. It's not the same thing. They're rated differently here. So even this is split stats, yes, but it's usable on support. It's very good on supports, it seems. This one, an A or an A+ as well. Oh yeah, it's comparable to this one, right? Oh yeah, this was also full attack. So you know what? Yeah, they're pretty interchangeable a lot of times, right? I forgot about this one because it's a permanent one. Yeah, you know what? They should both be on the same tier. Okay, that makes sense. Makes it easy. And then Anniversary 6 CE. Buster crits. Full attack, Buster up 10%, Buster crit damage 20%, and 60% gauge. So is this going to be the same tier as Round and Round? It's very similar. Very, very similar. It depends. Do you need the 60% or not? Same as Battle Olympia. So you're saying this is worse than Round and Round? Probably. You're probably fine with the 50% most of the time, right? So it makes sense for it to be a bit lower than that. This one, easier, like more easy to use, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Solid A, though. Then... White Maiden of Silver Flowers. From Halloween. Split stats, Buster Up, MP damage, and Overcharge. Ooh, so close to actually a pretty decent CE. Split stats, once again, ruining CEs for DPS. Oh, well. Do you guys notice one thing, though? There's barely any full HP DPS Cs on the gacha side. There were so many of those in the free ones. There's not many on the gacha side. So that's interesting. It's always like split or full attack most of the time. Yeah, this is pretty forgettable, isn't it? It's not bad, though. So there was a similar one. Was it this one? No. I'm so bad with remembering these effects. C+. It's just average. Maybe even B, honestly, but that's probably as high as I can go with this. Yeah, C+. The next one is good, isn't it? I think. Blazing Adversities. Full attack. Yeah, GUDAGUDA 6. Full attack. Arts up. Crit damage. Arts generation. I guess this is also in the conversation with a couple of other best arts crit Cs out there, huh? Because it still has a lot of arts and MP generation. Honestly. Yeah. It's still 15% arts and 20% MP gen. It's almost like this is not even meant for crit service. It's just a bonus, the 15%. It's actually good. Wow. This is great. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. So where were the other ones? Was it A or... It was A+, right? It was this one and this one. But I don't think this should be rated as a crit DPS anyway. But honestly, I think it should still be on A+ regardless, though. Because it's still good for the gains. Like, even if it's not like maybe not as good as critting as these two, but it's still great for arts purposes regardless. If anything, it's just a bonus in this case. It's still mostly like an NPCE. Yeah, it looks very good. Wow. I would like to MLB that. Oh, it's the last row. And we're about to enter overtime in 1 minute, basically. Not too bad. Alright, Holy Heart. Is this Christmas then? I guess. Sounds like it. Oh, it's Tunguska. Wait, did I click on the correct one? Huh? No, I didn't. I did it again. Fuck. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, this is Christmas. Alright, split stats, arts up 10%, 50% crit damage, and over. Okay, so this is the previous CE, but much worse. Okay, and now we're back to some pretty awkward stuff again. Like, this one wants you to MP, but it's also crit damage. Like, it's harder to MP with this, much harder. It's less arts and no MP gain, and it's split stats. This is quite a bit of a downgrade compared to that. GUDA CE. I think this one was kind of similar, if anything. So maybe just C under average. Yeah. Oh well. Now we get to the one I accidentally opened, which is Empty Garden from Tunguska event. Full attack though. Oh, we had a very similar C to this, which was split stats, but now it's full stats. So 10% Buster, Quick, and Crit damage with 50% starting gauge. Hey, this is actually not bad. You might think 4 effects usually it doesn't match well, but these do. These do match well, actually. That's very surprising. It's very hard to get 4 effects to match well. And it's full attack, so wow. Wow, this is actually pretty damn good. It's the 2 best crit card types as well. Wow. Ruler, Scotty, Kooming. Yeah, very true, actually. Is this A+? This is at least an A. This could be A+, honestly. This could very well be A+, yeah. Yeah. I think this should be A+. It looks great. A rare quad effect actually being a great CE. That's very, very rare. Whoa. There you go. Then the New Year's CE. This is a Jalter Star Bomb with Buster crit damage, I believe. If I can find it. White Maiden. No, wrong one. First drawing? There you go. That's the one. Okay. First drawing. Full attack, 10% Buster, 50% starting gauge, and 15 Star Bomb. Pretty good. Pretty good. It's like, you know, you go guns blazing when you enter the field, basically. You can use this immediately on turn 1 in your front line, or you can have this on your back line. Looks pretty solid to me. I would say another pretty A+ CE, honestly. Yeah, they actually did a pretty good job with these two Cs, at least. Looks very good. Yeah. I don't see anything really big wrong with this. That's another A+, good solid CE. Then, what is this? Yo, is this K&K music? Again, ignore this if you're on YouTube. Sounds nice. Valentine Witches. Okay. Full attack, ignores invul, 25% MP damage and 10% MP gen. Yo, this is legit. I kind of wish the MP gen was higher, but you know what? Still, another legit invul pierce C for DPS. Yo. There was another really good invul pierce recently, right? That was A+. That was 30% crit damage, right? So wait, this compares a lot to the Musashi one, doesn't it? Now that I think about it. What were the effects and numbers of that one? It was MP gain and MP damage as well, right? This one probably just has a worse split on the stats. Is it the same? It was 2020, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly definitely better. But this is not much worse, so this is A+ then, if that's EX. This is A+. But yeah, Musashi one I would say is better in most cases. Okay. Cool. Still, honestly, I forgot about the C, but it looks pretty good too. There you go. Then, One Night's Dream, okay. What is this? Oh, it's the Glasses event. The Chaldea Boys event. Split stats, another... Why is there so many split stats, 2-hit invul hit thingies, and then MP generation? Where were the other ones? This is going exactly in the same place. Although I guess this has a bit more support value. So it should be in the same tier as this Odysseus one, which was arts up and 2 hits on split stats. Because this also has support applications. There you go. This is pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. It doesn't tie you to a card type, but to be honest, most supports like the arts up anyway, so... It's not that big of a difference for me to bump it up to B or anything. Just gonna put it there as well. Water Gun Battle. Full attack. Oh, this was also ignored. This was the third one, so this is the final one. And it's very similar. It's Buster and Quick instead of Buster and Arts, right? So now that comes to question. Now we should decide where these are actually really finally placed. Because the other one I did start by placing it on EX. Maybe, because since there's 2 of them, maybe they should both be like A+ then. I don't know. But I don't know. It's still a very rare effect to have. And it's still full attack with decent stats. Maybe it should be A+ on both then. If there was only 1 of them, I might leave it to EX. But if there's 2 of them, I might just bump them in, or bump down into A+, honestly. Yeah, I'll do that. Still, you know, great niche to have, though. But now it's not as rare anymore. It's still rare, but not as super rare. Again, obviously still this has it, but this is not here because of it. And you're probably not gonna, you're hardly ever gonna pick this because of ignore defense anyway. You're gonna pick this because of the anti-Zerk, which is huge. So there you go. You're gonna pick these for the anti-defense. Unless the target is Zerk, then you're gonna pick this. So there you go. Next up, oh, is the Tesla C. I remember this being good, right? This is from the Tesla Odysseus Nerofest thingy. Isn't this really good? Yo, full attack, MP damage 20%, MP generation 20%, and overcharge 2 steps 1 time. Yay, that's a great combo. Wow. That's actually a great triple effect. It's all to do with MPs and it's full attack. And it's not even tied to a card type, so you can run this on like anyone. Dude, this is also one of the best overcharge effects Cs in the game, huh? The other best ones I had at A+, I think this is the same tier then. This should be on the same tier as the Kiara one and the this one, right? Yeah, this should be up there as well. Looks really damn good. Good shit. 7 more. Next up is Goddess of the Netherworld. Woo. What is this again? Oh, it's the Trunk Sisters event. Alright, first of all, split stats, but damn, if this... It looked good at first. It's 5% MP per turn and 15% gen. Like, it's good for support, but then you have the MP damage. So now it's awkward. This could have been a pretty decent support C, actually. Ooh, that's useless on supports. Yeah, it's Foxy Lady for Electric Boogaloo. It's not... Honestly, this one might be the best of the Foxy Ladies, though, for what it's worth. Maybe, but even then... yeah, if that was Overcharge, this would be at least an A for a supporting. Maybe even A+. Damn, dude. Okay. So now this C doesn't really have an amazing use then. It's kind of awkward. I would probably place it in C+ then, just average for sub-filler stuff, for not support, but for sub-DPS that has bad gains. C, actually. Yeah, just C. Maybe even D+. Maybe that's too hard. Yeah, just leave it at C+. It's just flat C. Okay. Next up is Mount Fuji Pilgrimage. I don't remember the C. Oh, it's the Hakkenden event. Bakin event. Split stats, 4 stars per turn, arts up 10% and overcharge. This could be okay for support though. Definitely wouldn't use this for DPS. But, oh, did I skip one again? God damn it! Oh, okay, you know what? Let's go back. This time. Dude, the dog is going crazy. I was hoping he would go crazy after I'm done with this, but whatever. For most of this, we actually had quiet time, but at the start and the end, he has to go crazy. Alright, Adventures in the Children Kingdom. Oh, this is Bunyan event. Hey, full attack, ignores invul, 20% crit damage and 20% MP gain. I feel like this is not as good as the couple of other good ones we saw, because the other one had like 30% crit damage, because these are not the best combo of effects, right? This should be just under them, right? I feel like the more focused ones make more sense. You think this is super EX? What? It's not even the best combo. What? Really? Nah, dude. I don't agree with EX on this at all. It's incredible, what do you mean? Is it though? I mean, it's good, but it's not amazing. What? I don't really see it. I mean, it's good, for sure, though. You guys think it's better than the 30% crit damage one? So where was that one again? Where did I place that? I don't remember which one it was. Fuck, was it this one? Which one was this? I don't remember. Damn, my memory's so bad. Oh, it was this one? This was the 30% crit damage one? Okay. So I guess, in a way, it's like Atrifus, but with Invul Pierce instead of stars per turn, right? Or rather, Hide Hunter with Ignore Invul instead of the Star Bomb. Yeah, that's exactly the same thing otherwise, right? Isn't Hide Hunter 2020 as well? Huh. Yeah. Now that I see it like that, I guess, you know what? Yeah. True. I'm still not sure if I did end up placing Hide Hunter and EX in the free list, right? Now I'm not sure if I would keep it there anymore. But maybe if I were to go by that, then this price should be EX then as well. The Musashi is also 2020. Oh, right. It is, right? You know what? Yeah, okay. Because of Hide Hunter and the Musashi one, yeah, sure, I'll put this there as well. But no more Invul. There's no way I can slot in more Invul Pierces up here. No shot. This is it. These are the best Invul Pierces then, okay. There you go. Pick from those. I'm not going to put anything else into EX for Invul Pierce. We are very much happy with this. Okay. Good. So then the next one is actually the Mount Fuji pilgrimage that I actually went to before. So yeah, again, split stats, 4 stars per turn, some arts up at Overcharge. Again, this could be good for support. Maybe not amazing, but it has potential for sure, right? Yeah. This could be like an A tier. There was a similar one again, right? It was the Castoria New Year's one. I feel like this should be on the same tier. It's a bit different, but not that much. I feel like both of them should be on the A tier then. They seem kind of interchangeable a lot of the times to me, at least from the top of my head with the effects. Yeah. Okay. Looks pretty good. 4 more to go. Next one is Twin Tail. And is this summer already? I think it is, right? Wow, it is. Summer 7. Full attack. Buster up 10%, crit damage 15%, and overcharge. These two are kind of nice. This one, maybe not the best combo with this, but honestly, it's still full attack. There could be some uses for this for sure, yeah. Yeah. Is this an A tier CE? This might be an A tier CE. It's not super... I would prefer to be a bit more focused, because it's still not like, you know, very... It's like a bit all over the place, but at the same time, the numbers are still good. So I feel like this is a pretty fair A tier CE. Definitely usable. For sure. Infinity Blue. Same event did the guys see. So again, another one, 2-hit invul with split stats. This one, MP generation, MP damage. And because it's MP damage, I don't think it's that good, because it's definitely not a support CE then. And I wouldn't really use this on any DPS either. There was the Buster version of this, right? Which I think I placed pretty low. Was it this Aresh one? So this one should be below that. I think this is even worse. Unless this one wasn't it. Maybe it was this one or this one. I forgot which one it was. Yeah, I just don't see... Okay, sure, it doesn't look like garbage on paper, but the problem is, I don't see a single good use case for this CE. Like, why would you pick this for someone over so many other options? I just don't really see a reason. Even in the invul hit paste ones, there's many better ones. So that's maybe the reason why I want to place it pretty low here. I think I might leave it here, honestly. Yeah, as brutal as that looks. 2 more. Oh, it's the fun name. It's the ACE from Anniversary 7. Full attack, 10% arts up, 20% arts crit damage, and 60% starting gauge. Could this be up there with the best of the arts crit Cs? I'm not sure. This actually might be A tier, funnily enough. I know you guys are not saying it because of that. It's just because the best arts crit Cs were A+, right? This one might be just under them. That's actually funny if this ends up being on the A tier. I feel like the other ones are a bit easier to use than this one. It's still not bad, though, even if arts doesn't have the best crit focus. This is still a pretty good arts crit C. I feel like this is actually gonna be on the A tier. Because this is where we had the really, really best of the best arts crit Cs. So it's just under them. How funny is that? And then finally, this is from GUDAGUDA 7, right? Yeah. Okay. Full attack. Another full attack ignores invul. 5% buster and 20% MP damage. Definitely won't put this into EX tier now. I mean, even if there wasn't already EX ones there, but yeah, this is not EX worthy. That's an interesting split for those stats. Why is it 5% buster up? I've never seen that on a singular card type on a 5-star C. That's kind of crazy. That is very weird. Very, very weird. I think this is still probably one of the A's, but... I think this is better... It's A+, right? I think. It's still a good invul Piers one. Not as good as the top tier ones, but still really good. You think there's a 30% MP strength ignore invul in A? This is worse. Well, to be honest, since you can be more specific in targeting, I feel this is going to be the same tier then. Because you can have the targeting option, right? This should be the same tier then. I'm not going to put it worse. Because again, you might have better generic options besides that, honestly. And this one at least has the advantage of being more useful when it's targeted, so... There you go. Alright, so that's it for the initial placements. Now, the question is, we're still not done. Do we want to shift anything? Is there anything? Okay, yeah, obviously people are going to talk about Honey Lake, right? But yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. I know it's already going to be crazy in the YouTube comments. Soon as she shows CB, the EX is the best quick CE for damaging gauge. Well, the guild comparison one had Starry Nights for Buster. Maybe it should be, honestly, if Starry Nights is on EX. I assume you're talking about Crimson Spear Trainer. Maybe that should be EX tier. Yeah. It's welfare? What is? We were talking about Starry Nights. That's GACHA. Damn, people were fucking prepared with their dude ribs. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. That's way too dank, bro. You were waiting to post like an fucking wall of text. Okay. Oh my god, dude. I can't read all that, bro. Okay. Nah. If you can't convince me with less words than that, I don't even know what you're talking about. Not happening, bro. I'm sorry. No. You're out. Yeah, you probably should take a break, bro. Same with me, by the way. My voice is dead. Alright, anything else? Maybe I should bump this to EX. That's the one I'm contemplating right now. Crimson Spear Trainer. It's obviously quick crits instead of like all crits like Starry Nights, but it's still quick. There's not that many amazing quick options. That's the reason I want to still put it on the same tier. Right? Is it better than Knights of Marine? I think so. I think so. I would say so. A lot of quick servants have a lot of crit potential too. I think it should be here. Okay, screw it. Screw it. Barely EX, but it is. Okay, Amakusa is so unique and good what it does, it should be EX plus. It's not unique at what it does, but it does do the thing a lot better than the other ones. But in fact, there's not even any other OC in EX anyway, so you know it already has that going for it. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with this regardless, though. Big Black Grail in EX++. Jesus Christ. You think Hot Sands should be EX? It fixes a lot of servants. It's a good crit C for sure, yeah. Well, I did make a, okay, back to the Black Grail thing. I did make a tier, like a special tier for Cast Story above EX Plus where I said best servant in the game. If I were to make one above EX Plus now, it would be for the best C of the game. And would you guys unanimously agree that it's Black Grail? The BBG, the Big Black Grail tier? We'll call it that, maybe. It is the best C in the game. It is the most used one. It's just nuts. Alright, first of all, I am actually gonna bump, not this one, but Hot Sands into EX, and then I'll make it. Screw it, dude. People are still gonna be mad at me about the placement of Honey Lake anyway, but whatever. So this is the Big Black Grail. Boom. Boom. Okay, there you go. Done. I think I'm happy with this, honestly. Berserker Black Grail not fair being 2 tiers behind original Black Grail. I don't see why I think it's fair. What's your reasoning of it not being fair then? Doesn't the fact that Prisma is the best support make it EX plus? It's not always the best though, that's the thing. Black Grail, if you can use it, is always the best support, and maybe even DPSC. Although it's on a tier of its own though. Chocolate Heaven, EX plus best. Nah, I thought about it. Think I might be okay with this. I think the only reason I'm not going to put Prisma Cosmos in EX Plus is because it's not full HP. If Prisma Cosmos was full HP, I'd probably slide it into EX Plus. It's still amazing, obviously, but I'm just going to keep it in EX. I think I'm just going to lock this in, honestly. I'm sure there's going to be, I mean, there's already, people in chat disagreeing with stuff, and that's fine, but I'm sure YouTube is going to be even more furious. But again, try to be civil in the comments. This is all just my opinion, okay? So, don't take it too seriously. It is what it is. I was maybe originally going to talk about the levels, but honestly, this was so long and my voice is dead. I might do a separate follow-up, like just a video where I combine both the free and the gacha ones, where I talk about like levels, where you should put them and whatnot. That might be a better idea instead. My voice couldn't be more dead at this point. It's like painful to even talk, so. There you go. Yeah, you're not wrong, Alex. There's not that much to look forward to in new gacha CEs. Oh, well. Yeah, it's good. I'm ready for the dumpster fire in the comments, but so be it. It always happens with... whenever I post anything, it's funny. This is a mini rant at the end of this, but I've noticed, depending on like who posts opinion-based stuff, they either get fucking praised, or then there's people like me who post opinion-based stuff. No matter what you do, people are going to be angry regardless. I'm not salty at all, because, some of my peers who make opinion-based content always get praised to the fucking moon and back. I love you, Plushie, but man, your fans are... They're literally jerking your cock. Okay, I said it. Okay, I love you though, man. But when I post opinion-based shit, my fucking fan base rips my ass apart. It's not fair, bro. Like, you can't have it both ways, okay? Suck my cock. Alright, I'll just leave it at that. Mini rant over. Do love Plushie though, great guy. But I'm just saying, there may be a bit more sheep here and there, okay? So it is what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna sign off with that. Can't wait to get more shit from saying that too. You know it's gonna happen. Because most people are gonna skip to the end anyway. There's gonna be no context. They never listen to what I say in these placements anyway. They're just gonna look at the final picture and go, oh my god, why is this here and not here? Yeah, you should probably listen to the freaking placements, bruh, to get some context behind my reasonings, but whatever. People don't care. Anyway, rant number 2 over. So yeah, if you enjoyed this, do me a big solid favor and press the thumbs up button, especially if you watch this whole thing. That's crazy. And shout out to you if you somehow managed to listen to all of this. This was a long one. Subscribe for more content, because there's a lot more in the way. Probably maybe even more tier lists before the year is over. Still some fun stuff I could do. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Alright, a peace out.